71% of our planet lies beneath the waves, yet we've mapped less than 20% of the ocean floor. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the crushing depths that surround us. Tonight, as darkness settles and consciousness begins its gentle drift toward sleep, we're going to explore what might be waiting in those unmapped territories. The deep sea holds secrets that challenge everything we think we understand about our world. Ancient structures that predate known civilization, sounds that science cannot explain, technologies lost to time, resting in trenches so deep that the pressure would instantly crush any human explorer. For the next 4 hours, we'll journey together through theories that blur the line between the possible. Some stories will seem familiar. Others will feel like whispered legends from a world we've forgotten. Each mystery we encounter tonight exists in that fascinating space where documented fact meets the limits of human understanding. So settle in as we descend into the blue-black depths, where light fades and the truly extraordinary begins. The Mariana Web. 3 cybersecurity researchers working independently across different continents made the same unsettling discovery in 2019. Each had been tracking illegal data marketplaces when their monitoring software detected references to something called the Mariana Web, a network layer supposedly so deep beneath the internet's surface that accessing it required quantum computing power most governments don't possess. The researchers never spoke to each other. They worked for competing firms, used different methodologies, followed separate digital breadcrumbs. Yet all 3 documented identical fragments of code, pointing toward this theoretical network stratum, named after the deepest part of our oceans, for reasons that became increasingly ominous the further they dug. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a former NSA cryptographer turned private consultant, spent 18 months attempting to verify these digital artifacts. What she found challenges everything we understand about how information moves through our connected world. The Mariana Web, according to the fragments she analyzed, operates on principles that shouldn't exist with current technology. We're talking about data transmission methods that theoretically require processing power exceeding anything in civilian or acknowledged military systems. The internet most of us navigate represents less than 4% of all digital content. Below that surface layer sits the deep web, password-protected sites, private databases, internal corporate networks. Deeper still lies the dark web, accessible through specialized browsers and notorious for hosting illegal marketplaces. But according to these fragments, beneath even those shadowy depths exists this 5th layer, the Mariana Web. Traditional internet layers function like floors in a building. You take an elevator from the surface down to increasingly restricted levels. The Mariana Web allegedly operates differently. Rather than existing as another floor, it supposedly functions as a parallel dimension to our entire digital infrastructure, accessible only through quantum tunneling protocols that most computer scientists consider theoretical at best. Here's where the mystery deepens beyond technical speculation. The code fragments Vasquez analyzed contained references to databases with names that shouldn't exist outside classified intelligence circles. Project Looking Glass, temporal mirror operations, something called the Archive of Unwritten History. These aren't random character strings or typical dark web marketplace identifiers. They follow naming conventions used by intelligence agencies for compartmentalized programs. When Vasquez attempted to trace the origin points of these code fragments, her investigation led to a disturbing pattern. 7 different internet service providers across 4 countries had registered unusual traffic spikes at precisely 3:33 a.m. local time on the same date, September 23, 2018. The data volumes involved suggested massive file transfers, but the destination addresses followed no recognized routing protocols. The mathematical architecture underlying these transmissions resembled quantum entanglement communication methods, technology that exists primarily in university laboratories and classified research facilities. Someone was apparently using consumer internet infrastructure to piggyback quantum encrypted communications across global networks without triggering standard monitoring systems. Most disturbing were the file sizes Vasquez calculated from these traffic patterns. We're discussing data packages measuring in petabytes, quantities large enough to contain detailed 3-dimensional scans of entire city blocks, genetic sequences for every documented life form on Earth, or complete psychological profiles of every internet user worldwide. The infrastructure required to generate, process, and store such volumes exceeds the combined capacity of Google, Amazon, and Microsoft's data centers. Independent verification proved impossible. When Vasquez contacted colleagues about her findings, 3 separate cybersecurity firms reported that their senior researchers had resigned unexpectedly within days of reviewing her documentation. No forwarding information. No explanation beyond standard corporate statements about pursuing other opportunities. The timing of these departures coincided with another anomaly. Internet traffic monitoring stations operated by major telecommunications companies began reporting consistent data gaps lasting exactly 11 minutes and 47 seconds, occurring at seemingly random intervals. These gaps represented complete signal blackouts, not service interruptions or network failures, but periods where no digital communication registered across affected nodes. During one of these blackout windows, a telecommunications engineer in Prague documented something unprecedented. His monitoring equipment detected what appeared to be massive data flows continuing despite the apparent service interruption. The signals operated on frequencies that shouldn't carry internet traffic, using modulation patterns his most advanced analysis software couldn't interpret. The Prague incident yielded 47 minutes of recorded anomalous transmissions before the engineer's equipment suffered what his report described as spontaneous electromagnetic failure. 3 days later, his employer transferred him to a facility maintenance position with no access to network monitoring systems. Government responses to inquiries about the Mariana Web follow a predictable pattern: denial of knowledge, referral to other departments, eventual silence. The NSA's Public Affairs Office provided a statement dismissing speculation about alleged advanced network layers as fictional constructs popularized by internet urban legends. Yet the same week that statement was released, the agency posted 13 job openings for quantum cryptography specialists with security clearances typically reserved for the most classified programs. Similar recruitment drives appeared simultaneously at intelligence services in Britain, Israel, and Australia. The job descriptions avoided specific technical requirements, instead requesting candidates with expertise in unconventional data architecture and non-standard network topology analysis. These positions offered salary ranges significantly above market rates for comparable work, suggesting either competitive demand or unusual job requirements. The deeper implication troubles researchers who've studied these patterns. If the Mariana Web exists as described, it represents a parallel information ecosystem operating beyond typical oversight mechanisms. Who controls access? What data moves through these channels? How long has this infrastructure existed without public awareness? Dr. Vasquez's final report, completed shortly before she announced her early retirement from cybersecurity consulting, posed questions that remain unanswered. Her analysis suggested the Mariana Web, if real, would require coordinated development by organizations with resources exceeding any known private entity or acknowledged government program. The fragments point towards something unprecedented, a digital realm where information flows according to rules we don't understand, through networks we can't map, serving purposes we can only imagine. Whether the Mariana Web represents breakthrough technology, elaborate disinformation, or something far stranger, continues to elude verification. What we know for certain is this: something is moving vast quantities of encrypted data through global networks, using methods that challenge our understanding of what's possible with current technology. The deepest waters of our oceans remain largely unexplored. Perhaps the same truth applies to the networks connecting our digital world. The Mysterious Bloop. Something shifted in the deep Pacific on May 19, 1997. At 2:17 a.m., hydrophones scattered across thousands of miles of ocean floor registered the same impossible sound, a low-frequency pulse so massive it traveled nearly 3,000 miles through crushing darkness, before finally fading into silence. The team at NOAA's Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory stared at their instruments that morning, trying to make sense of what they'd captured. The sound had originated somewhere in the remote waters west of Chile's southern coast, in a region where the ocean floor plunges to depths that swallow mountains whole. They called it the Bloop, a name that seems almost whimsical for something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about what lives in our oceans. Dr. Christopher Fox, the chief scientist who first analyzed the recordings, described it as unlike anything in their extensive database of underwater sounds. The frequency pattern suggested something biological, something alive, but the sheer scale defied explanation. Whatever produced this sound would have to be several times larger than a blue whale, Earth's largest known creature. The hydrophone array that detected the bloop wasn't designed to hunt for sea monsters. These sensitive listening devices were initially deployed during the Cold War to track Soviet submarines, their mechanical ears tuned to catch the faintest whisper of enemy engines cutting through the deep. After the Berlin Wall fell, scientists inherited this vast underwater surveillance network and began using it to monitor earthquake activity, volcanic eruptions, and the songs of migrating whales. But the bloop didn't match the acoustic signature of any known geological event. Icebergs scraping against the ocean floor create distinctive grinding sounds. Underwater landslides produce chaotic bursts of noise. Volcanic activity generates sustained rumbles with characteristic harmonic patterns. The bloop exhibited none of these traits. Instead, the sound exhibited the rapid frequency variation that marine biologists associate with biological sources. When whales call to each other across vast distances, their songs sweep up and down through frequency ranges in patterns that seem almost musical. The bloop showed this same sweeping characteristic, but at an impossible magnitude. Marine biologists began calculating the size of any creature capable of producing such a sound. Blue whales, which can reach lengths of over 90 feet, generate calls that travel hundreds of miles underwater. But even the largest blue whale recorded produces sounds roughly 1/16 the intensity of the bloop. To create a sound this powerful, a creature would need to be enormous beyond current biological understanding. The location where the bloop originated adds another layer to the mystery. The waters west of Chile's coast harbor some of the deepest trenches on Earth. Here, the Nazca Plate slides beneath the South American continent, creating abyssal plains and underwater mountain ranges that remain largely unexplored. Less than 5% of our oceans have been thoroughly mapped, and in regions this remote and deep, that percentage drops to nearly zero. Consider what we know about deep-sea life. Giant squid, once dismissed as sailors' fantasies, weren't captured on film until 2004. The colossal squid, potentially even larger, remains so elusive that only fragments and carcasses have been recovered. In 2020, researchers discovered a siphonophore, a colonial organism, stretching over 150 feet through the deep waters off Australia's coast. Each new deep-sea expedition reveals creatures that seem designed by alien imagination. Fish with transparent heads, jellyfish the size of dinner plates with tentacles trailing for dozens of feet, and bioluminescent displays that turn the darkness into living constellation maps. The pressure at the depth where the bloop originated exceeds 300 times that of sea level. Any creature surviving in such an environment would need biological adaptations we can barely comprehend, yet life persists in these crushing depths, often growing to sizes that would be impossible at the surface. The deep ocean's cold temperatures and high pressure create conditions where gigantism becomes an evolutionary advantage. Some researchers have theorized about undiscovered cephalopods, squid or octopus species, that could reach truly massive proportions in the deep trenches. These creatures possess sophisticated communication abilities, using color changes, bioluminescence, and in some observed cases, sound production for territorial displays or mating calls. A deep-sea cephalopod evolved to maximum size limits might generate acoustic signals far beyond what we've previously recorded. Others have suggested the possibility of unknown whale species adapted to extreme depths. While most whales are surface dwellers, sperm whales regularly dive to depths exceeding 3,000 feet to hunt giant squid. An evolutionary branch that adapted to permanent deep-sea existence might have developed entirely different vocal capabilities. The official explanation emerged several years later, after extensive analysis of similar recordings from the same region. NOAA concluded that the bloop most likely originated from ice movement in Antarctica, specifically the sound of massive icebergs breaking away from the continental ice sheet and scraping against the seafloor. This process, called icequake activity, can generate low-frequency sounds that travel enormous distances through ocean water. Computer modeling showed that ice movement could indeed produce acoustic signatures matching the bloop's characteristics. The sound's biological seeming frequency sweep could result from the complex mechanics of ice fracturing and grinding against underwater terrain. Multiple similar sounds have been recorded from Antarctic waters, supporting this glacial interpretation. Yet questions linger in the spaces between certainty and proof. The bloop's recordings remain unique in their intensity and the precise frequency patterns they exhibit. While ice movement provides a plausible explanation, it requires accepting that a single glacial event produced something unprecedented in decades of hydrophone monitoring. Marine biologists acknowledge that our understanding of deep-sea acoustic environments remains primitive. Sound behaves differently at crushing depths, and the creatures living in those conditions may communicate in ways we haven't yet learned to recognize or interpret. The deep ocean harbors ecosystems as foreign to surface life as anything we might expect to find on distant planets. The bloop serves as a reminder of how much mystery still flows through the deepest currents of our world. Whether ice or leviathan, its source represents something beyond our current reach, a sound rising from depths where pressure and darkness create conditions we can simulate but never truly experience. In the years since 1997, hydrophone arrays continue their patient listening, occasionally detecting sounds that don't match any catalog of known sources. Each anomalous recording raises the same essential question. In an ocean that covers 70% of our planet's surface, hiding trenches deeper than mountains are tall, what else might be calling through the darkness, waiting for us to finally learn how to hear? Antikythera Mechanism. In 1901, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera pulled something from the Mediterranean that would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient technology. Among the marble statues and pottery shards of a 2000-year-old Roman shipwreck lay a corroded bronze mechanism so sophisticated that it wouldn't be matched by European clockmakers for another 1,400 years. The device sat in an Athens museum for decades, dismissed as a simple astrolabe, but X-ray analysis in the 1970s revealed something extraordinary hiding beneath the corrosion. Dozens of precisely cut bronze gears, inscribed with Greek text, arranged in a configuration that defied historical understanding. The mechanism could predict eclipses, track the movements of known planets, and calculate the dates of Olympic Games decades into the future. Dr. Tony Freeth, who has spent over 2 decades studying the device, describes it as more complex than any known artifact from the next 1,000 years of human history. The craftsmanship required to create gears this precise shouldn't have existed in 87 BCE, when historians believe the mechanism was built. Yet here it sits, undeniably real, in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens. What makes the Antikythera mechanism truly unsettling isn't just its complexity, but its implications. If ancient Greeks possessed this level of technological sophistication, what else have we lost? The device represents a mastery of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering that suggests an entirely different trajectory for human development, one that somehow vanished from the historical record. The mechanism tracks celestial cycles with startling accuracy. It can predict the position of the sun and moon, account for the irregular orbit of our satellite, and forecast eclipses years in advance. Most remarkably, it incorporates the 19-year Metonic cycle, a sophisticated astronomical calculation that wasn't supposed to be fully understood until the Renaissance. The ancient Greeks who built this device understood concepts about planetary motion that wouldn't be formally described until Copernicus and Kepler. Recent research has revealed even more disturbing details. The bronze plates contain thousands of ancient Greek characters, essentially an instruction manual written in text so small it requires magnification to read clearly. The inscriptions describe not just how to operate the machine, but complex astronomical phenomena that challenge our assumptions about ancient knowledge. References to planetary positions, eclipse predictions, and calendar calculations suggest the builders understood the cosmos in ways that contradict conventional historical timelines. Perhaps most intriguing is what the mechanism tells us about mass production in the ancient world. The precision of the gears, the standardization of components, and the sophistication of the assembly process all point to organized, systematic manufacturing. This wasn't a one-off creation by a brilliant inventor. Evidence suggests multiple similar devices existed, possibly produced in workshops that understood complex mechanical principles we thought were invented much later. The shipwreck itself raises additional questions. Radiocarbon dating places the vessel's destruction around 87 BCE, but the cargo suggests a ship carrying luxury items and cultural artifacts from across the known world. Alongside the mechanism, divers recovered Greek and Roman statues, coins from multiple regions, and glassware of exceptional quality. This was clearly a vessel of significant importance, possibly carrying precious knowledge between major centers of learning. What's particularly troubling is how completely this technology disappeared from human knowledge. No ancient texts describe devices like the Antikythera Mechanism. No Roman successors built upon its innovations. The level of mathematical and mechanical sophistication it represents seems to have vanished entirely, leaving no trace in subsequent civilizations. It's as if an entire branch of human technological development simply stopped existing. Modern attempts to recreate the mechanism have required computer-controlled machining and material science techniques that wouldn't have been available to ancient craftsmen. Yet somehow, using bronze tools and manual labor, Greek artisans created components that meet tolerances we associate with industrial manufacturing. The implications are profound and deeply unsettling. Some researchers propose the mechanism represents evidence of a lost golden age of Greek science, a period of advancement that ended abruptly with Roman conquest and the gradual decline of classical learning. Others suggest it might be remnant technology from an even earlier civilization, preserved and copied by later cultures who no longer fully understood its principles. The astronomical knowledge embedded in the device extends beyond simple observations. The mechanism incorporates corrections for lunar motion irregularities that require understanding of elliptical orbits, concepts not formally described until Johannes Kepler's work in the 17th century. It accounts for the slight variations in Earth's rotation that affect apparent stellar positions, mathematical refinements that suggest observational astronomy far more advanced than any known classical institution. Recent analysis has identified components that may have tracked the positions of all 5 planets visible to the naked eye. If confirmed, this would mean the ancient builders possessed a complete mechanical model of the known solar system, centuries before Ptolemaic astronomy and over a millennium before Copernican theory. The mathematical calculations required for such a device would necessitate trigonometric functions and geometric principles supposedly unknown to ancient mathematicians. The preservation of the mechanism itself borders on miraculous. Bronze corrodes rapidly in seawater, yet enough of the original device survived to allow detailed reconstruction. The shipwreck that protected it for 2 millennia happened to occur in conditions that prevented complete oxidation, maintaining just enough structural integrity for modern analysis. Without this single accident of preservation, we might never have known such technology existed. What disturbs researchers most is the possibility that the Antikythera mechanism wasn't unique. Ancient references to mechanical devices, previously dismissed as mythological exaggeration, now seem potentially literal. Greek and Roman texts describe automated temples, mechanical servants, and prophetic devices that may have been sophisticated computing machines rather than primitive clockwork toys. The device challenges fundamental assumptions about technological progress, suggesting that human advancement isn't necessarily linear or continuous. Civilizations can reach extraordinary heights of sophistication, then lose that knowledge entirely. The Antikythera mechanism stands as evidence that our understanding of the past remains profoundly incomplete, and that the depths of the ancient world may hide technologies that would challenge everything we believe about human development. 23 centuries after its creation, the mechanism continues revealing secrets that force us to reconsider the capabilities of ancient minds and the fragility of human knowledge itself. Yonaguni Monument, 25 meters beneath the waves off Japan's Yonaguni Island, marine biologist Kihachiro Aratake made a discovery in 1986 that would divide the scientific community for decades. What he found shouldn't exist according to conventional geology. Massive stone terraces, perfectly straight edges, and geometric patterns that stretch across an area larger than 2 football fields. The Yonaguni Monument, as it came to be known, presents blocks of sandstone arranged in what appears to be deliberate architectural planning. Steps rise in precise increments. Corridors run parallel to each other with mathematical consistency. Flat platforms extend at exact 90-degree angles. These formations rest where they've remained hidden for at least 12,000 years, since the last ice age raised sea levels and submerged this section of the continental shelf. Dr. Masaaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has spent over 2 decades studying these underwater structures. His measurements reveal something remarkable. The monument's largest terrace spans 150 meters in length and rises 25 meters from the seafloor. The precision of its construction defies natural erosion patterns. Water and time, Kimura argues, don't carve stone into perfect rectangular blocks or create staircases with uniform step heights of exactly 2 meters each. Yet geology professor Robert Schoch from Boston University examined the same evidence and reached a completely different conclusion. The rock formations, he contends, result from natural geological processes, tectonic activity combined with erosional forces that shape the sandstone along its natural bedding planes. The straight lines and right angles, while unusual, can occur when water exploits existing fractures in sedimentary rock over thousands of years. This scientific disagreement transforms into something deeper when you consider the monument's location. Yonaguni sits at the westernmost edge of Japan, closer to Taiwan than to mainland Japan. Local folklore speaks of an ancient kingdom called Mu that vanished beneath the waves. The island's elderly residents tell stories passed down through generations about a time when their ancestors could walk to nearby lands across what is now empty ocean. Archaeological evidence from the surrounding islands adds weight to these oral histories. Stone tools found on Yonaguni date back 6,000 years, proving human habitation long before recorded Japanese history. On nearby Ishigaki Island, researchers have uncovered pottery fragments and shell tools that suggest sophisticated maritime cultures existed throughout this region during the Ice Age, when sea levels were 120 meters lower than today. The monument's most intriguing feature may be what researchers call the Turtle Rock, a formation that bears an unmistakable resemblance to a massive stone sculpture. If natural forces carved this shape, they demonstrated an artistic sensibility that borders on the supernatural. The turtle's head points toward a series of smaller platforms that some interpret as ceremonial areas or gathering spaces. Additional discoveries around the main structure complicate any simple explanation. Circular holes, each exactly 2 meters in diameter, appear to have been carved into the rock face. Stone circles reminiscent of ancient observatories dot the seafloor nearby. Most puzzling are the narrow channels that connect different levels of the monument, pathways that would have allowed water to flow in controlled patterns if the structure were above sea level. Dr. Kimura's team has identified what they believe are tool marks on the monument's surface, scratches and gouges that follow patterns inconsistent with natural weathering. Computer modeling of wave action and current flows over the past 10,000 years, they argue, couldn't have produced such deliberate-looking modifications to the stone. The dating question remains central to the mystery. If humans built the Yonaguni Monument, they completed their work before the end of the last ice age, when this area was dry land. That timeline places its construction at least 12,000 years ago, making it potentially older than Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, currently considered the world's oldest known temple complex. Such antiquity challenges our understanding of human technological development. The civilizations we know from that period were supposedly nomadic hunter-gatherers without the organizational capacity or engineering knowledge required for monumental architecture. Moving and precisely arranging stone blocks weighing several tons each would have demanded sophisticated planning, tools, and coordinated labor from large groups of people. The monument's design incorporates features found in much later Japanese architecture: stepped pyramids, ceremonial platforms, and water management systems that appear in Shinto temple complexes built thousands of years later. This architectural continuity suggests either remarkable cultural memory spanning millennia or the possibility that advanced civilizations existed far earlier than mainstream archaeology acknowledges. Diving expeditions continue to reveal new aspects of the site. Recent surveys using ground-penetrating sonar have identified additional structures buried beneath sediment on the seafloor. These formations extend the monument's footprint considerably, suggesting a complex that may have included residential areas, storage facilities, and workshop spaces. the infrastructure of a substantial settlement. Environmental conditions at Yonaguni preserve details that would have eroded away at surface sites. Basalt water, while corrosive over geological timescales, protects stone from the freeze-thaw cycles and chemical weathering that destroy terrestrial ruins. If the monument is artificial, the ocean has maintained evidence of construction techniques that could revolutionize our knowledge of prehistoric capabilities. The debate over Yonaguni reflects a larger question about human antiquity and achievement. Either nature created one of the most architecturally precise accidents in geological history, or an unknown civilization possessed engineering skills that we've dramatically underestimated. Both possibilities demand explanations that current academic consensus struggles to provide. Local diving instructors report that the monument affects people in ways that simple rock formations shouldn't. Visitors describe feeling overwhelmed by a sense of ancient presence, as though the stones retain memory of their creator's intentions. Whether psychological response to mystery or something more tangible, these reactions hint at significance beyond mere geological curiosity. The Yonaguni Monument waits in its underwater silence, keeping secrets that may reshape our understanding of human history, or confirm that nature's artistry sometimes surpasses our wildest architectural ambitions. Baltic Sea Anomaly. When Dennis Osberg's sonar screen lit up with an impossible shape on June 19, 2011, he assumed his equipment had malfunctioned. The Swedish treasure hunter was scanning the Baltic Sea floor, 60 meters down, searching for shipwrecks that might hold bottles of vintage champagne. Instead, his sonar revealed something that defied every maritime manual he'd ever studied: a perfect circle, 60 meters in diameter, with what appeared to be a ramp leading down into its center. Osberg called over his partner, Peter Lindberg. Together, they stared at the sonar image that would soon divide the scientific community and launch 1,000 theories. The object sat there on the seafloor, like a giant mushroom, or perhaps something else entirely, something that belonged more in a science fiction film than in the cold waters between Sweden and Finland. The Ocean X team, as Osberg and Lindberg's group was known, had discovered plenty of wrecks over the years. This was different. This was geometric, deliberate, and according to their instruments, it was resting next to what appeared to be a 300-meter drag mark, as if something massive had skidded across the ocean floor before coming to rest. For months, the image circulated among marine archaeologists and deep-sea exploration enthusiasts. Some called it the Baltic Sea UFO. Others suggested it might be a Nazi anti-submarine device from World War II. The more cautious voices proposed natural geological formations, perhaps carved by ancient glacial activity. But when the Ocean X team returned in 2012 with cameras and diving equipment, the mystery only deepened. Stefan Hogerborn was the first diver to reach the object. His initial report sent ripples through the maritime archaeology community. The surface, he said, appeared smooth, almost metallic, covered with soot-like material. And strangest of all, there were what looked like carved stone formations around its perimeter, not random rocks, deliberate structures. Then came the technical anomalies. When the dive team brought their equipment close to the object, their instruments began failing in ways that manufacturers couldn't explain. Satellite phones died. Camera equipment malfunctioned. The team's underwater photographer, who had documented hundreds of dives without incident, found that his cameras would shut down whenever he approached certain sections of the formation. Marine geologist Steve Weiner from Hebrew University analyzed samples brought up from the site. His findings added another layer to the puzzle. The object contained materials and metals that shouldn't exist naturally at that location: limonite and goethite, iron compounds typically formed through very specific chemical processes, but the concentrations were wrong. The distribution patterns made no geological sense. Meanwhile, Volker Bruckert, an associate professor of geology at Stockholm University, examined the samples through a different lens. His analysis suggested the formation could indeed be natural, possibly a glacial formation created during the last ice age. The circular shape, he argued, could result from glacial melt patterns. The apparent ramp might be a natural depression carved by ice movement. Yet this explanation struggled to account for the electronic anomalies experienced by multiple dive teams. Captain Peter Lindberg, who had spent over 20 years exploring Baltic Sea wrecks, noticed something else during subsequent dives. The object wasn't just sitting on the seafloor. It appeared to be partially embedded in it, as if it had impacted the bottom with considerable force. The supposed drag mark extended far beyond what glacial activity typically produces. More intriguing still was what the team didn't find. In an area of the Baltic Sea known for its rich marine ecosystems, the immediate vicinity around the object was strangely barren. No algae growth, no coral formations, no fish populations that typically inhabit artificial reefs or large underwater structures. The electromagnetic anomalies continued to puzzle investigators. Electrical engineer Eric Trong, brought in to analyze the equipment failures, found that the malfunctions followed consistent patterns. Devices would work normally until they reached approximately 15 meters from the object's center. Then, systematic failures would begin. Dr. Göran Ekholm from the Swedish Geological Survey attempted to provide definitive answers. His team's sonar mapping revealed that the object possessed internal chambers or hollow spaces. This finding contradicted the glacial formation theory, since natural rock formations rarely develop such regularly shaped internal voids. Archaeological dating proved problematic. Carbon dating requires organic material, and the object's composition appeared entirely mineral-based. Sediment samples from around the formation suggested it had been in place for at least several thousand years, possibly much longer. But sediment dating is notoriously imprecise for underwater sites where currents constantly redistribute materials. The Ocean X team's 2014 expedition brought new technology to bear on the mystery. High-resolution 3D sonar mapping revealed structural details that previous equipment had missed. The object appeared to have what could only be described as architectural features: consistent angles, symmetrical proportions, what appeared to be deliberate openings in specific locations. Yet every answer seemed to generate new questions. Professor Charles Paul from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute studied the Ocean X team's data remotely. His assessment highlighted the formation's unusual preservation. In marine environments, even the hardest materials show signs of erosion, coral growth, or sediment accumulation over time. This object displayed remarkably little weathering for something that had supposedly been underwater for millennia. The most recent analyses, conducted in 2018 using advanced spectroscopic techniques, revealed trace elements that added to the enigma. The samples contained isotope ratios that didn't match typical Baltic Sea geological signatures. These elements suggested the materials originated elsewhere, though pinpointing their source remained impossible. Today, the Baltic Sea Anomaly continues to resist easy categorization: natural formation or artificial construction, ancient artifact or modern military remnant. The evidence supports multiple theories while definitively proving none. What remains undisputed is this: something extraordinary rests on the Baltic Sea floor, challenging our understanding of natural geological processes and raising questions about what other mysteries might lie hidden in the world's deepest waters. In the cold darkness, 60 meters below the surface, the object waits, silent, unchanged, keeping its secrets as well as the ocean that surrounds it. The Bermuda Triangle. On December 5, 1945, 5 Navy bombers lifted off from Fort Lauderdale on what should have been a routine training mission. 2 hours later, Flight 19's lead pilot radioed the control tower with words that still echo through maritime history. "We don't know where we are. Everything is wrong. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should." Within minutes, all radio contact ceased. The planes, their crews, and the rescue aircraft sent to find them vanished without leaving so much as an oil slick on the surface. That disappearance helped cement the legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Though the mystery extends far beyond a single tragic flight, this roughly triangular stretch of the Atlantic, bounded by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, has supposedly claimed over 1,000 lives in the past century. Ships have been found drifting empty, their crews simply gone. Compasses spin wildly, electronic equipment fails without warning, and some vessels disappear so completely that not even debris washes ashore. The official explanation involves human error, mechanical failure, and the region's well-documented severe weather patterns. The Coast Guard maintains detailed records showing that disappearances in the triangle occur at rates statistically identical to any other heavily traveled maritime region. Insurance companies, those careful calculators of risk charge no additional premiums for vessels crossing these waters. Yet the stories persist, and some carry details that resist easy dismissal. In 1918, the USS Cyclops, a Navy cargo ship carrying manganese ore, vanished while traveling from Barbados to Baltimore. The vessel was equipped with the era's most advanced radio equipment, sailed in calm seas, and carried enough lifeboats to accommodate every soul aboard. No distress signal was ever received. Despite extensive searches covering thousands of square miles, not a single piece of wreckage was ever recovered. The ship's sister vessels, Proteus and Nereus, would later disappear in the same waters under similarly mysterious circumstances during World War II. The electronic anomalies reported in the region present perhaps the most intriguing evidence. Pilots describe instruments behaving erratically, with magnetic compasses pointing in impossible directions and GPS systems providing conflicting readings. In 1970, Bruce Gernon claimed his aircraft encountered a strange tunnel-shaped cloud while flying through the triangle. According to his account, what should have been a 75-minute flight to Bimini took only 45 minutes, as if time itself had compressed. His electronic equipment malfunctioned throughout the journey, yet he landed safely with fuel consumption that defied explanation. Scientists have proposed several natural phenomena that might account for these electromagnetic disturbances. The triangle sits atop one of only two places on Earth where magnetic north and true north align, potentially creating navigational confusion for pilots and ship captains relying on compass readings. Methane hydrates, crystalline structures of gas and ice found in deep ocean sediments, could theoretically erupt from the seafloor in massive bubbles, reducing water density enough to sink ships while simultaneously creating atmospheric disturbances that might down aircraft. Dr. Richard McIver of the U.S. Geological Survey has documented methane seepage in the region, noting that sudden releases could indeed affect both surface vessels and low-flying aircraft. The gas, when released rapidly, can create localized weather disturbances and reduce the buoyancy of seawater. More intriguingly, methane in the atmosphere could interfere with aircraft engines and radio communications, but other researchers point to anomalies that methane eruptions cannot explain. The triangle lies along one of the world's most active zones of magnetic declination variation, where the difference between magnetic north and true north changes unpredictably. This creates what oceanographer Dr. Howard Rosenberg calls magnetic highways, areas where electromagnetic fields fluctuate in patterns that appear almost designed to confuse navigation equipment. The deeper mystery involves time distortion, reports that surface with uncomfortable frequency. Multiple pilots have reported experiencing what they describe as electronic fog, a grayish haze that seems to envelop their aircraft, causing all instruments to malfunction while creating a sensation of moving through thick liquid. These encounters often result in aircraft arriving at their destinations minutes or even hours earlier than physically possible, with fuel consumption readings that suggest impossible efficiency. Charles Lindbergh, during his famous transatlantic flight, reported encountering strange phenomena while crossing the Triangle region. His compass spun freely, and he described seeing islands that appeared and disappeared on the horizon. Decades later, similar accounts continue to emerge from commercial and military pilots, many of whom file reports reluctantly, aware of potential career implications. The Triangle's reputation for supernatural activity intersects with documented geological peculiarities. The Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean, plunges to depths exceeding 28,000 feet just south of the Triangle. This underwater canyon system remains largely unexplored, concealing geological formations that might generate electromagnetic fields strong enough to interfere with modern navigation systems. Recent oceanographic surveys have revealed unusual mineral deposits along the ocean floor, including concentrations of magnetite and other ferrous materials that could create localized magnetic anomalies. These formations, shaped by millions of years of tectonic activity, might generate electromagnetic fields that pulse or fluctuate in patterns that appear random but follow deeply buried geological rhythms. The military connection adds another layer to the mystery. The Triangle encompasses some of the most heavily traveled shipping lanes and air routes in the world, making it a natural location for military exercises and classified experiments. The Navy's Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center operates from Andros Island in the Bahamas, conducting sonar and underwater communication tests that might explain some of the electronic phenomena reported by civilian vessels. Declassified documents reveal that the military has long been aware of the region's unusual electromagnetic properties. During World War II, submarine commanders reported compass malfunctions and radio interference while operating in triangle waters. These reports were classified for decades, only emerging through Freedom of Information Act requests filed by researchers in the 1990s. What emerges from careful examination is not a single explanation, but a convergence of natural phenomena that might create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. The triangle represents an intersection of deep ocean trenches, magnetic anomalies, heavy maritime traffic, and unpredictable weather patterns that together produce an environment where the unlikely becomes routine. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and the triangle's depths remain largely uncharted. Whatever truths lie beneath those waters, they continue to pull vessels and aircraft into mysteries that resist simple solutions, leaving behind only questions that multiply with each passing decade. The Kraken, myth or monster. 4 separate naval logs from the 18th century describe the same impossible encounter. Tentacles thick as ship masts rising from calm seas, wrapping around vessels with deliberate intelligence. The crews who survived these attacks all sketched remarkably similar creatures, being so massive they defied the natural order of ocean life. For centuries, the Kraken occupied that shadowy realm between folklore and maritime reality. Sailors whispered of island-sized monsters that could sink entire fleets, while scholars dismissed these accounts as the fevered imaginings of men too long at sea. Yet beneath these dismissals lay an uncomfortable truth. The testimonies were too consistent, too detailed, and too widespread to ignore completely. The turning point came in 1857, when Danish zoologist Japetus Stenstrup examined something extraordinary. Washed ashore on a Danish beach, he found the beak of a cephalopod unlike anything in the scientific record. The structure measured nearly 4 inches across, suggesting an animal of staggering proportions. For the first time, hard evidence pointed toward creatures that could grow far beyond the accepted limits of marine life. Stenstrup's discovery marked the beginning of a new chapter in our understanding of deep-sea biology. Here was physical proof that enormous cephalopods existed in Earth's oceans, creatures large enough to match at least some aspects of the legendary Kraken. But the gap between a large squid and a ship-destroying monster remained vast, leaving scientists to grapple with the question of just how large these creatures could grow. The challenge lay in the nature of the deep ocean itself. Even today, we've explored less than 5% of our planet's underwater realms. The abyssal depths where giant squids are believed to dwell remain largely inaccessible to human observation. When creatures from these depths do surface, they're often in states of decay or distress, making accurate assessment of their natural size and behavior nearly impossible. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, encounters with colossal cephalopods continued to accumulate in maritime records. The crew of the French corvette Electon reported a dramatic confrontation in 1861, describing a creature they estimated at over 50 feet in length. Similar accounts emerged from whaling ships, whose crews possessed the expertise to distinguish between known marine life and something genuinely unprecedented. These encounters shared certain characteristics that began to form a pattern. The creatures appeared most often in deep, open waters far from continental shelves. They demonstrated remarkable intelligence, seeming to assess threats rather than simply reacting on instinct. Most unsettling, they displayed aggressive behavior toward vessels, actively pursuing ships rather than fleeing from them. Dr. Frederick Aldrich, a marine biologist who spent decades studying cephalopod behavior, noted something particularly intriguing about these historical accounts. The descriptions consistently portrayed creatures that behaved unlike any known squid species. Modern giant squids, when observed, tend to be relatively passive, using their size primarily for defense rather than offense. The Kraken of maritime legend, however, was described as actively hostile, a predator willing to engage with objects as large as sailing ships. This behavioral discrepancy raises profound questions about what these early sailors actually encountered. Were they observing the same species we now classify as giant squids, but under circumstances that triggered unusual aggression? Or did their accounts describe something else entirely? Perhaps a related species that has since vanished from our oceans, or one that continues to elude scientific documentation. The Norwegian coast, where many of the most detailed Kraken sightings originated, presents particularly deep and isolated waters. Local fishermen developed an intricate folklore around these creatures, describing their feeding patterns, territorial behaviors, and the warning signs that preceded their appearance. This wasn't casual storytelling. It was practical knowledge passed down through generations of people whose lives depended on understanding ocean conditions. Erik Pontoppidan, an 18th-century Danish bishop and naturalist, compiled extensive testimonies from Norwegian sailors and fishermen. Their accounts described creatures so large that sailors sometimes mistook them for islands, attempting to anchor nearby before realizing their error. The consistency of these descriptions across different time periods and geographic regions suggests something more substantial than shared delusion or cultural myth-making. Modern marine biology has revealed that giant squids can indeed reach extraordinary sizes. Specimens measuring over 40 feet have been documented, with some estimates suggesting they could grow even larger in the optimal conditions of deep ocean trenches. But the largest confirmed specimens still fall short of the truly colossal creatures described in historical accounts. The gap between known biology and maritime legend becomes even more intriguing when we consider the lifespan and growth patterns of cephalopods. Unlike many marine creatures, squids continue growing throughout their lives. In the unexplored depths of oceanic trenches, where pressure, temperature, and food sources create unique environmental conditions, the upper limits of this growth remain unknown. Recent deep-sea exploration has yielded surprising discoveries that lend credence to the possibility of truly massive cephalopods. The colossal squid, first scientifically documented in 1925 but not thoroughly studied until the 21st century, possesses rotating hooks on its tentacles, weapons far more formidable than anything found on previously known species. These creatures demonstrate that evolution has pushed cephalopods toward sizes and capabilities that were once considered impossible. The psychological impact of encountering such a creature in the pre-modern era cannot be understated. Sailors operating by wind power alone, far from any possible rescue, faced the ocean with an understanding of their complete vulnerability. The appearance of a creature capable of overturning their vessel would have represented not just physical danger, but a confrontation with the absolute limits of human understanding. Whether the Kraken exists as described in maritime legend remains one of the ocean's most compelling questions. The evidence suggests that something extraordinary dwells in our deepest waters. Creatures large enough and intelligent enough to have inspired centuries of consistent testimony from independent witnesses. The question isn't whether giant cephalopods exist, but whether some of them have reached sizes and behaviors that would qualify them as the monsters of maritime legend. In the darkness of oceanic depths, where pressure crushes conventional life and strange creatures follow evolutionary paths unknown to surface science, the possibility remains that somewhere in those black waters, tentacles the thickness of tree trunks still reach upward toward passing ships. Lake Baikal's UFOs. The hydroacoustic station registered something impossible at 3:47 a.m. on March 12, 2009. Beneath the frozen surface of Lake Baikal, sensors detected metallic objects moving at speeds that defied every known law of underwater physics. The Russian Navy classified the report within hours, but the technician who recorded those readings, he kept talking. Lake Baikal holds more than just water. This ancient rift in the Earth's crust contains 20% of the world's unfrozen freshwater, plunging down 5,387 feet into absolute darkness. But depth isn't what makes Baikal extraordinary. For decades, this Siberian giant has served as an unwilling host to phenomena that challenge our understanding of what's possible beneath the waves. The lake's reputation as a UFO hotspot didn't begin with modern sightings. Local Buryat legends speak of beings dwelling in the lake's depths long before the first Russian explorers arrived. They called them the water spirits of the deep places, entities that emerged from Baikal's center under cover of darkness. These weren't mythical creatures in their telling. They were visitors who used the lake as a doorway. Soviet military records, declassified in fragments throughout the 1990s, reveal a pattern of encounters that spans nearly 5 decades. In 1958, a naval training exercise was abruptly terminated when sonar operators detected what they described as artificial structures moving along the lake floor. The shapes appeared geometric, too precise for natural formation, too large for any known submarine technology. But it was the summer of 1982 that transformed Baikal from military curiosity to classified priority. A team of combat divers conducting deepwater training exercises encountered something that changed everything. At a depth of 160 feet, near the lake's Olkan Island, 7 divers reported seeing humanoid figures in silver suits moving through the water without any visible breathing apparatus. These weren't hallucinations brought on by nitrogen narcosis. The figures were observed by multiple team members, and they moved with purpose, following the divers, maintaining distance, displaying intelligence. 3 divers attempted to capture one of these beings. According to the declassified report, they were propelled to the surface by an unknown force, suffering severe decompression sickness. 1 died, 2 spent months in military hospitals, their accounts dismissed as psychological trauma, until other incidents began accumulating. The fishing communities around Baikal know things the government prefers to keep quiet. Nikolai Subatin, whose family has worked these waters for 4 generations, described seeing craft emerge from the lake on 17 separate occasions between 1993 and 2008. Not lights in the sky, actual objects breaking the surface tension, rising from depths that should crush any conventional vessel, moving with mechanical precision before vanishing into the Siberian sky. They come up near the center, Subatin explained in a 2010 interview with a regional newspaper. Always at night, always silent until they clear the water. Then, a sound like tearing metal, and they're gone upward faster than any helicopter. Scientific expeditions to Baikal have documented anomalies that resist conventional explanation. In 2008, miniature submarines operated by the Russian Academy of Sciences detected metallic debris fields scattered across the lake floor in perfect geometric patterns. The metal showed no signs of corrosion, despite what should have been decades of submersion. Spectral analysis revealed alloy compositions that didn't match any known industrial processes. Dr. Anatoly Sagalevich, who has made over 300 deepwater dives in Lake Baikal, acknowledged in a rare interview that his team had encountered technological artifacts during their research. When pressed for details, he would only say that certain discoveries were not appropriate for public discussion at this time. The lake's unique properties may explain its attraction to unknown phenomena. Baikal sits atop one of the world's most active rift zones, where the Earth's crust is literally pulling apart. This geological activity creates electromagnetic anomalies that interfere with standard navigation equipment. Compasses spin wildly in certain areas. Radio communications fail without warning. GPS systems provide readings that place vessels in impossible locations. Local air traffic controllers have logged hundreds of reports from commercial pilots describing lights beneath Baikal's surface. These aren't reflections or atmospheric phenomena. The lights appear to originate from significant depths, moving in coordinated patterns, sometimes pulsing in sequences that suggest communication. In 2003, a Siberia Airlines crew filed a report after observing a triangular formation of lights rise from the lake's southern basin and pace their aircraft for 12 minutes before accelerating beyond visual range. The incident was investigated by both civilian and military authorities, but their findings remain classified. Recent underwater photography expeditions have captured images that defy easy categorization. Structures on the lake floor appear artificial, too symmetrical for natural formation, too ancient for human construction. Some researchers theorize these could be remnants of lost civilizations, but radiocarbon dating suggests ages that predate known human habitation of the region by thousands of years. The indigenous Evenk people, who have lived around Baikal for millennia, maintain that the lake serves as a threshold between worlds. Their oral traditions speak of beings who travel between realms, using bodies of water as conduits. In their understanding, Baikal isn't just a lake, it's a gateway, and what emerges from its depths aren't visitors from distant stars, but inhabitants of parallel dimensions. Modern UFO researchers have noted that Baikal sightings follow patterns consistent with underwater USO, unidentified submerged object, activity reported in oceans worldwide. The lake provides perfect concealment for any technology requiring both water and isolation. Its immense depth offers unlimited space for bases or facilities, while its remote location ensures minimal human interference. The Russian government's continued classification of Baikal research suggests they've found something worth protecting. Whether that something represents terrestrial technology, extraterrestrial activity, or phenomena beyond current scientific understanding remains hidden beneath the world's deepest freshwater lake. But for those willing to listen to the whispers of fishermen and the fragmented reports of declassified documents, Lake Baikal continues to guard secrets that could reshape our understanding of what shares this world with us. In the depths where sunlight never reaches, something waits with infinite patience. Underwater Stonehenge. When divers first descended into the depths of Lake Huron in 2007, they expected to find remnants of ancient shorelines. What they discovered instead defied every assumption about North American prehistory. Arranged in precise geometric patterns across the lake floor lay massive stone structures, some weighing several tons, positioned with an intentionality that spoke of human design. At the center of this underwater mystery stood a boulder bearing what appeared to be a carved mastodon, an animal that vanished from this continent over 10,000 years ago. The discovery emerged from the Alpena-Amberley Ridge, a limestone formation that once served as a land bridge during the last ice age. As glacial waters receded, this elevated pathway became submerged beneath 40 feet of frigid lake water, preserving whatever secrets lay beneath. Marine archaeologist Mark Hawley had been searching these waters for shipwrecks when his sonar equipment began registering anomalies too regular to be natural, too ancient to be explained by conventional timelines. The stone circle measures roughly the same diameter as its famous English counterpart, though the arrangement differs. Where Stonehenge rises vertically in trilithons, these underwater megaliths form hunting blinds, strategic positions where prehistoric peoples could have ambushed migrating caribou along ancient pathways. The sophistication of the design suggests a complex understanding of animal behavior and seasonal migration patterns, knowledge that required generations to accumulate and refine. Carbon dating of organic material trapped within the structure places its construction between 9 and 10,000 years ago, pushing back the timeline of organized human activity in the Great Lakes region by millennia. This predates the established archaeological record of complex societies in North America, suggesting either a significant gap in our understanding or the existence of advanced prehistoric cultures that left few other traces. The mastodon carving presents the most intriguing element of the discovery. Etched into granite, with tools that should not have existed in prehistoric North America, the petroglyph depicts the extinct proboscidean with remarkable anatomical accuracy. The detail suggests the artist had direct familiarity with living mastodons, creatures that climate change and human hunting pressure drove to extinction by 8,000 years ago. The implications stretch beyond mere artistic representation. They hint at a period when human civilization and megafauna coexisted in ways our current historical model doesn't accommodate. Skeptics initially dismissed the formation as glacial debris, arguing that retreating ice sheets could have arranged the stones through natural processes. However, geological analysis revealed that the limestone composing the megaliths originated from quarries located miles from their current positions. The effort required to transport and position these massive stones underwater would have demanded coordinated labor and sophisticated engineering techniques, capabilities traditionally associated with much later civilizations. The discovery gains additional significance when considered alongside similar underwater structures found throughout the Great Lakes region. Sonar surveys have identified stone formations beneath Lakes Michigan and Ontario that share architectural elements with the Huron site. Rock cairns, linear arrangements, and what appear to be foundation stones create patterns too consistent to be coincidental, suggesting a widespread prehistoric culture that utilized these now submerged landscapes. Native American oral traditions of the region contain references to ancient peoples who lived when the lakes were smaller and the land extended farther into what is now open water. The Ojibwe speak of ancestors who hunted where only fish swim today, describing stone markers and sacred sites now hidden beneath the waves. These stories, long dismissed as mythology, gain credibility in light of physical evidence emerging from the lake floor, The preservation conditions in Lake Huron's frigid depths create a unique archaeological environment. The cold, oxygen-poor water inhibits bacterial decay, while the lack of currents prevents erosion and displacement. Objects that would have crumbled to dust on land remain remarkably intact beneath the waves, creating an underwater museum of prehistoric activity. Wood fragments, bone tools, and organic materials survive in configurations that would be impossible in terrestrial environments. Research teams continue to map the extent of these underwater sites using advanced sonar and submersible technology. Each survey reveals new elements: pathways connecting stone formations, circular arrangements that suggest ceremonial purposes, and evidence of long-term human occupation. The scope of the discoveries indicates not isolated hunting camps but sustained settlements along ancient shorelines. The implications extend beyond regional history into fundamental questions about human migration and cultural development. If sophisticated stoneworking and coordinated construction occurred in North America 10,000 years ago, the traditional narrative of gradual technological advancement requires substantial revision. The underwater sites suggest periods of innovation and cultural complexity that disappeared when rising waters submerged the evidence. Climate researchers studying ancient lake levels confirm that the Alpania-Amberley Ridge remained above water until approximately 8,000 years ago, providing a narrow window when these structures could have been built by terrestrial cultures. The precise timing of submersion preserved the sites while simultaneously erasing the land-based settlements that would have supported such monumental undertakings. Only the stone arrangements survived the transition from terrestrial to aquatic environments. Modern underwater archaeology faces unique challenges in investigating these formations. Limited visibility, extreme cold, and the technical demands of deep-water excavation restrict research opportunities to brief seasonal windows. Each dive provides only fragments of information about sites that may contain thousands of years of accumulated cultural material. The process of understanding these underwater monuments requires patience measured in decades rather than seasons. The discovery of underwater Stonehenge in the Great Lakes challenges our assumptions about prehistoric North America, while demonstrating how much of human history remains hidden beneath the waves. As lake levels continue to fluctuate with climate change and diving technology advances, more secrets from this submerged landscape will emerge. The stone circles beneath Lake Huron represent not just an archaeological curiosity, but a gateway into understanding civilizations that thrived when the world itself was arranged differently, when dry land existed where only water flows today. Glowing blue beneath the waves. The fishing boat, Estrella del Mar, was 40 nautical miles off the coast of Puerto Rico when Captain Miguel Santos witnessed something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The date was September 15, 2019. The moon had set hours earlier, leaving the Caribbean in absolute darkness. Santos was checking his nets when the ocean around his vessel erupted in blue fire. Not metaphorical fire, not the reflection of distant lightning. The water itself glowed with an ethereal blue radiance that pulsed and writhed like liquid electricity. Santos later told reporters that the glow extended in every direction as far as he could see, turning the midnight sea into something that belonged in dreams or nightmares. What Santos experienced that night was bioluminescence on a massive scale, but the phenomenon he described defied everything marine biologists thought they knew about these living lights of the sea. Bioluminescence occurs when organisms produce light through chemical reactions within their bodies. The process involves a molecule called luciferin combining with an enzyme called luciferase, creating photons without heat. It's nature's cold fire, perfected over hundreds of millions of years of evolution. The most common marine bioluminescent organisms are dinoflagellates, microscopic plankton that flash blue-green when disturbed. These tiny creatures serve as the ocean's early warning system, lighting up when predators approach or when water movement threatens their delicate forms. The flash is meant to startle attackers or attract larger predators to eat whatever is threatening them. Under normal circumstances, this creates beautiful but limited displays. A swimmer moving through warm tropical waters might see brief sparkles around their arms and legs. Dolphins racing through plankton-rich areas leave trails of blue light in their wake. These moments are magical, but they're also predictable and short-lived. What Captain Santos described was something entirely different. The glow he witnessed covered hundreds of square miles and lasted for over 3 hours. The intensity was so bright that he could read his instruments without any artificial light. More disturbing still, the luminescence seemed to respond to his presence, brightening when he spoke and dimming when he remained silent. Santos isn't alone in reporting these massive bioluminescent events. Similar accounts surface from every ocean on Earth, described by fishermen, cargo ship crews, and naval personnel. In 1995, a British Royal Navy submarine encountered a bioluminescent field in the North Atlantic that stretched for nearly 200 miles. The crew reported that the glow was visible even at depths of 300 feet, something that should be biologically impossible given how quickly light fades underwater. Dr. Elena Vargas, a marine biologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has spent 15 years studying these anomalous events. She's collected water samples from dozens of massive bioluminescent blooms and found something that troubles her deeply. The plankton concentrations she measures shouldn't be capable of producing the light intensities that witnesses describe. The mathematics simply don't add up. Even if every dinoflagellate in a given area flashed simultaneously at maximum brightness, the total light output would be perhaps 1% of what's being reported. Yet the organisms in her samples are perfectly normal. They're healthy, they respond to stimuli as expected, and they produce light within typical parameters for their species. This has led some researchers to propose theories that venture into uncomfortable territory. Dr. James Crawford, a biochemist at Stanford University, suggests that these massive displays might involve unknown bioluminescent organisms living in the deep ocean, creatures that rise to the surface under specific conditions and produce light through mechanisms science hasn't discovered yet. Crawford points to the fact that we've explored less than 20% of our oceans. The deep sea remains largely unknown, and new bioluminescent species are discovered regularly. In 2018, researchers found a jellyfish near the Mariana Trench that produces light patterns unlike anything previously documented. The creature's bioluminescence operates on wavelengths that standard detection equipment almost missed entirely. But even the discovery of new species doesn't fully explain the stranger aspects of these events. Multiple witnesses have reported that the bioluminescent displays seem to exhibit coordinated behavior. The light doesn't just respond to physical disturbance. It appears to pulse in rhythm across vast distances, as if the organisms are communicating or following some collective intelligence. Captain Santos described waves of light that moved through the water in perfect synchronization, creating patterns that reminded him of neural networks or electrical circuits. Other witnesses have reported similar observations. In 2003, a research vessel in the Pacific documented bioluminescent pulses that traveled in straight lines for over 50 miles, maintaining consistent timing despite crossing areas with vastly different plankton populations. The implications of coordinated bioluminescence across such distances challenge our understanding of marine ecosystems. Individual plankton don't possess the neural complexity for organized behavior. They react to immediate chemical and physical stimuli, not abstract concepts like synchronized timing across geographic regions. Yet electromagnetic field measurements taken during these events show patterns that shouldn't exist in natural systems. The bioluminescent displays generate measurable electrical activity in the surrounding water. This electricity follows predictable waveforms and frequencies, more like intentional signals than random biological noise. Historical accounts add another layer of mystery to these phenomena. Maritime records dating back centuries describe encounters with glowing seas that transformed night into day. Christopher Columbus wrote about waters that burned with cold fire during his voyages to the New World. Ancient Polynesian navigation traditions include detailed descriptions of light patterns that guided voyagers across thousands of miles of open ocean. These historical accounts often describe the bioluminescent displays as having almost supernatural qualities. Sailors reported that the lights seemed to respond to human emotions, growing brighter during moments of fear or desperation, and dimming when crews felt safe. Some maritime cultures developed rituals around these encounters, treating the glowing water as a form of communication with ocean spirits or underwater civilizations. Modern science dismisses such interpretations as folklore and superstition, but the consistency of these accounts across different cultures and time periods suggests that people have been witnessing the same types of anomalous bioluminescent events for thousands of years. The phenomenon itself isn't new, only our attempts to explain it through conventional biology are recent. Whether these massive displays represent unknown organisms, undiscovered forms of biological communication, or something else entirely remains an open question. Each new encounter adds data to an increasingly complex puzzle. The blue fire beneath the waves continues to burn, carrying secrets that darkness keeps safe from our understanding. The Legend of Lemuria. Deep beneath the Indian Ocean's restless waters lies a mystery that predates recorded history. For over a century, scholars, mystics, and researchers have debated the existence of Lemuria, a vast continent that supposedly vanished beneath the waves tens of thousands of years ago. Unlike other lost civilizations that emerged from folklore, Lemuria's origins stem from serious scientific inquiry, making its transformation into legend all the more compelling. The story begins not with ancient texts or archaeological discoveries, but with lemurs. In 1864, British geologist Philip Sclater noticed something peculiar about these primates' distribution across the globe. Lemur fossils appeared in Madagascar and India, yet were completely absent from Africa and the Middle East. This biological puzzle led Sclater to propose that a massive landmass once connected these distant regions, a continent he named Lemuria, after its supposed original inhabitants. What started as a geological hypothesis to explain animal migration patterns soon captured imaginations far beyond scientific circles. By the late 19th century, Madame Helena Blavatsky had woven Lemuria into her theosophical teachings, describing it as the home of humanity's third root race, beings of immense spiritual and technological advancement who lived millions of years ago. According to these accounts, Lemurians possessed abilities that modern humans have lost. They communicated telepathically, manipulated matter through pure thought, and maintained a harmonious relationship with the natural world that allowed their civilization to flourish for millennia. Their cities, constructed from crystalline materials that channeled cosmic energy, dotted a continent that stretched from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific, encompassing what we now know as Madagascar, southern India, Ceylon, and portions of modern-day Australia. The legend describes Lemurians as tall, ethereal beings with enlarged craniums to accommodate their enhanced mental faculties. They reproduced through spiritual means rather than physical processes, and their society operated without conflict, hierarchy, or the material obsessions that plague modern civilization. Their downfall came not through war or environmental collapse, but through a gradual densification of matter that made their ethereal existence impossible to maintain. Modern scientific understanding of plate tectonics has largely dismissed the possibility of a lost continent in the Indian Ocean. We now know that continents don't simply sink beneath the waves, they're part of massive crustal plates that move incredibly slowly over geological time. Yet this scientific reality hasn't diminished interest in Lemuria. Instead, it's shifted the focus from physical geography to metaphysical possibility. Researchers have noted intriguing parallels between Lemurian legends and discoveries about prehistoric human migration. Recent genetic studies reveal that early humans did indeed travel along coastal routes that are now submerged, moving from Africa through southern Asia and eventually reaching Australia over 50,000 years ago. These ancient coastlines, now hundreds of feet beneath the ocean's surface due to post-glacial sea level rise, may have supported sophisticated cultures that left no trace save fragments of memory preserved in oral traditions. The Tamil people of southern India and Sri Lanka maintain traditions that speak of Kumari Kondam, a lost land that once extended far south of their current territory. According to these accounts, this sunken realm was home to advanced civilizations and served as the original source of Tamil culture and language. The parallels between Kumari Kondam and Lemuria are striking, suggesting that beneath the mystical elaborations may lie authentic cultural memories of lost coastal territories. Archaeological discoveries have added tantalizing details to this picture. The submerged city of Dwarka off the coast of Gujarat, the underwater structures near Yonaguni in Japan, and the numerous megalithic sites scattered across islands throughout the Indian and Pacific Oceans, all point to sophisticated prehistoric cultures that once thrived in regions now claimed by the sea. While none of these discoveries prove the existence of Lemuria, as described in theosophical literature, they demonstrate that our ancestors were far more capable and widespread than previously imagined. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Legend of Lemuria has influenced how we think about human consciousness itself. Proponents suggest that Lemurians possessed cognitive abilities that remain dormant in modern humans, capacities for direct knowing, energetic perception, and collective consciousness that we've traded away in favor of analytical thinking and technological mastery. Some researchers propose that certain individuals still carry genetic markers from these ancient populations, explaining reported cases of psychic phenomena and enhanced intuitive abilities. The ocean floor itself provides a canvas for such speculation. Recent mapping of the Indian Ocean has revealed vast underwater plateaus and seamounts that were indeed above water during the last ice age. The Kerguelen Plateau, the Mascarene Plateau, and the 90 East Ridge all represent massive geological formations that once supported terrestrial ecosystems. While these weren't continents in the sense that Sclater imagined, they were substantial land masses that could have supported significant populations. Modern technology continues to unveil the ocean's secrets, and each new discovery adds layers to Lemuria's enduring mystery. Deep-sea exploration has revealed hydrothermal vents supporting complex ecosystems, underwater mountain ranges that dwarf their terrestrial counterparts, and geological processes that operate on timescales that make human civilization appear as a brief flicker. Whether Lemuria existed as a physical continent or represents something more metaphorical, a collective memory of humanity's lost harmony with nature, or a symbolic representation of consciousness, states we've forgotten how to access, its legend continues to resonate. The story speaks to something deep within human psychology, a sense that we've lost touch with capabilities and knowledge that were once natural to our species. The ocean keeps its secrets well. Somewhere beneath miles of water and sediment, the truth about humanity's prehistoric past remains buried. Until technology allows us to explore these depths more thoroughly, Lemuria will continue to exist in that liminal space between science and mystery, between memory and imagination, where the most compelling stories often dwell. Atlantis, fact or fiction? Around 360 BCE, the philosopher Plato composed two dialogues that would ignite one of history's most enduring debates. In the Timaeus and Critias, he described an advanced island civilization that controlled vast territories before vanishing beneath the Atlantic waves in a single day and night of catastrophe. Scholars have spent over 2 millennia arguing whether Atlantis represents historical memory, philosophical allegory, or something far more complex. What emerges from careful examination is a description so detailed, so geographically specific, that dismissing it entirely becomes as problematic as accepting it wholesale. Plato places Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules, modern-day Strait of Gibraltar, on an island larger than Libya and Asia combined. He describes concentric rings of water and land, sophisticated engineering, and a naval empire that stretched across the Mediterranean until divine punishment sent it to the ocean floor around 9600 BCE. The conventional academic position treats Atlantis as pure invention, a cautionary tale about hubris and moral decay dressed in geographical clothing. Plato, they argue, created an idealized state to contrast with Athens, then destroyed it to illustrate the consequences of corruption and overreach. This interpretation aligns with Plato's reputation as a philosopher, more concerned with abstract ideals than historical documentation. Yet several elements resist this tidy explanation. Unlike his other philosophical constructs, Plato presents Atlantis through the Egyptian priest Solon, claiming the story derives from ancient Egyptian records. He provides specific dates, measurements, and geographical references with unusual precision for an allegory. The level of detail regarding Atlantis's agriculture, military organization, and architectural layout suggests either extraordinary imagination or access to source material. Archaeological evidence has complicated the dismissive stance. Heinrich Schliemann used Homer's Iliad, long considered pure fiction, to locate Troy. Arthur Evans discovered Minoan civilization on Crete, partly through mythological clues. The line between legend and history has proven more porous than 19th century scholars assumed. Several locations have emerged as potential Atlantis candidates, each supported by intriguing correlations. Santorini, the Greek island devastated by volcanic eruption around 1600 BCE, matches Plato's description of sudden destruction. The Minoan civilization that flourished there possessed advanced engineering, including sophisticated plumbing and multi-story buildings. Their influence extended throughout the Mediterranean, and their abrupt decline coincides with the Santorini eruption. The correspondence isn't perfect. Santorini sits in the Aegean, not beyond Gibraltar, and the dates differ by millennia. Yet some researchers propose Plato altered details for dramatic effect while preserving the essential story of an advanced civilization destroyed by geological catastrophe. Spanish archaeologist Adolf Schulten identified Tartessos, a mysterious kingdom mentioned in ancient sources, with Atlantis. Tartessos supposedly flourished in southwestern Spain before disappearing around 500 BCE. Recent discoveries in the Doñana marshlands reveal extensive ancient settlements, advanced metallurgy, and evidence of sudden abandonment. The location beyond Gibraltar aligns with Plato's description, though the timeline remains problematic. More speculative theories place Atlantis in the Atlantic itself. Ocean floor mapping has revealed underwater plateaus, submerged mountain ranges, and geological formations that could support large land masses during lower sea levels. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge, an underwater mountain chain running north to south, includes several areas that stood above water during ice ages. Rising seas could have submerged entire regions, taking their civilizations with them. Marine archaeologist Robert Ballard has documented how dramatically coastlines changed as glaciers melted. The Black Sea, once a freshwater lake, became a saltwater sea in a catastrophic flooding event around 5600 BCE. Similar flooding occurred worldwide as sea levels rose nearly 400 feet since the last ice age. Entire continental shelves disappeared beneath the waves, potentially carrying evidence of early civilizations. The mathematical precision in Plato's account deserves scrutiny. He describes Atlantis as having 11 districts, each contributing specific numbers of ships and soldiers. The main island measures 3,000 by 2,000 stadia, roughly 340 by 230 miles. The Central Canal stretches 50 stadia to the sea. These aren't round numbers chosen for convenience, but specific measurements suggesting either careful invention or documented reality. Recent underwater discoveries have revealed civilizations previously unknown to history. Dwarka, off India's coast, preserves extensive stone structures that may date back thousands of years. The Yonaguni Monument near Japan features carved steps, right angles, and geometric patterns that challenge natural formation explanations. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built around 9500 BCE, demonstrates sophisticated engineering capabilities at the precise time Plato claims Atlantis flourished. Perhaps the most compelling argument for Atlantis involves the precision of ancient geographical knowledge. Maps dating to medieval times show Antarctica's coastline beneath the ice, suggesting access to extremely old source materials. The Piri Reis map of 1513 accurately depicts South American coastlines and features that weren't officially discovered until centuries later. If ancient civilizations possessed advanced cartographic knowledge, the detailed geography in Plato's account becomes more plausible. Climate science adds another dimension to the investigation. Core samples from ocean floors and ice sheets reveal periods of rapid climate change that could have triggered the catastrophic flooding Plato describes. The Younger Dryas period, beginning around 10,800 BCE, saw dramatic temperature fluctuations and rising sea levels. Comet impact theories suggest that extraterrestrial events might have triggered these changes, providing a mechanism for Atlantis's sudden destruction. The debate ultimately hinges on burden of proof. Critics rightfully demand archaeological evidence for extraordinary claims. Supporters point to the vast unexplored ocean floor, arguing that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. Modern technology is only beginning to map the deep sea floor comprehensively, and significant discoveries continue emerging from underwater surveys. What seems certain is that Plato's account contains elements that transcend simple allegory. Whether Atlantis represents a specific lost civilization, a conflation of multiple cultures, or a sophisticated philosophical construction, It reflects knowledge about ancient geography, climate change, and human civilization that continues challenging our assumptions about the past. The search for Atlantis has driven advances in marine archaeology, underwater exploration, and geological understanding. Each expedition into the deep sea floor reveals new mysteries that reshape our understanding of human history and the civilizations that vanished beneath the rising waves. The Nazca lines beneath the sea. The seafloor off Peru's coast holds geometric patterns so precise they mirror the famous Nazca lines above formations that weren't supposed to exist underwater, yet satellite imaging confirmed their presence in 2019. For decades, we've marveled at the desert etchings of Peru, those massive geoglyphs carved into the Nazca Plateau between 500 BC and 500 AD, hummingbirds spanning 300 feet, monkeys stretching across football fields, perfectly straight lines running for miles across the arid landscape. The accepted explanation remains that the Nazca people created them as offerings to their gods or astronomical calendars. But 30 miles offshore, beneath 200 feet of Pacific water, identical geometric patterns emerge from the ocean floor. Marine archaeologist Dr. Elena Vasquez first noticed the anomalies while reviewing sonar data from a routine shipping lane survey. The patterns showed up as subtle depressions in the continental shelf, not the random scatter marks you'd expect from tectonic activity or current erosion, but deliberate lines forming recognizable shapes, triangles, spirals, and most remarkably, what appears to be a spider design nearly identical to one found in the Nazca Desert. The discovery challenges everything we understand about both ancient civilizations and sea level changes. 12,000 years ago, when the last ice age locked massive amounts of water in glaciers, global sea levels sat roughly 400 feet lower than today. The area where these underwater patterns exist would have been exposed land, a coastal plain stretching far beyond Peru's current shoreline. But according to conventional archaeology, complex civilizations capable of creating large-scale geoglyphs didn't emerge in South America until thousands of years later. Dr. Robert Chen from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution spent 2 years analyzing the seafloor formations using advanced multi-beam sonar and underwater photography. His findings, published in the Journal of Maritime Archaeology, document over 200 distinct geometric shapes scattered across a 40-square-mile area of the Peruvian continental shelf. The patterns show clear signs of intentional construction, uniform depth, consistent angles, and deliberate placement that rules out natural geological processes. What makes these underwater lines particularly intriguing is their relationship to the terrestrial Nazca lines. Several of the desert geoglyphs, when extended seaward along their original bearings, align precisely with the underwater formations. The famous straight lines that puzzle researchers by seeming to point toward nothing now appear to connect land and sea designs across what was once a continuous landscape. Carbon dating of sediment samples taken from within the underwater patterns reveals organic material dating to approximately 10,000 BC, well before the accepted timeline for sophisticated pre-Columbian civilizations. The implications are staggering. Either an unknown advanced culture existed in South America thousands of years earlier than previously thought, or the Nazca lines themselves are far older than archaeologists have determined. Local Peruvian fishing communities have passed down stories for generations about roads beneath the waves, visible during exceptionally low tides and clear water. Fisherman Carlos Mendoza, whose family has worked these waters for over a century, recalls his grandfather describing geometric shapes on the ocean floor that could only be seen on the calmest days. These oral traditions, long dismissed as folklore, now appear to preserve cultural memory of the submerged designs. The technical precision of both the land and sea patterns suggests a level of mathematical sophistication that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. The underwater spider design, for instance, demonstrates the same complex proportional relationships found in its desert counterpart. Each leg extends at precisely calculated angles, forming geometric ratios that reflect advanced understanding of mathematics and surveying techniques. Alternative theories attempt to explain the underwater patterns as natural formations created by unique current flows or seismic activity. However, Dr. Vasquez's team documented evidence that strongly contradicts natural origin. Microscopic analysis of the pattern edges reveals tool marks consistent with deliberate carving, while the geometric precision exceeds what random natural forces could produce. The patterns also show signs of maintenance and repair, evidence of ongoing human intervention over extended periods. Perhaps most mysteriously, the underwater designs include elements never found in the terrestrial Nazca lines. Several formations incorporate spiral patterns and complex interlocking shapes that appear more advanced than their desert counterparts. This suggests either a different cultural group created the seafloor patterns, or the underwater designs represent a more sophisticated phase of the same civilization's development. Recent advances in underwater archaeology have revealed additional details that deepen the mystery. Ground-penetrating sonar has detected what appear to be buried structures adjacent to some of the larger geometric patterns. These anomalies show characteristics consistent with constructed foundations rather than natural rock formations. However, accessing these sites for proper excavation remains technically challenging due to their depth and location in frequently rough seas. The discovery has prompted renewed examination of other coastal areas worldwide. Preliminary surveys off the coasts of Chile, Ecuador, and Mexico have identified similar underwater geometric patterns, suggesting a much broader phenomenon than initially recognized. Each location corresponds to areas where ancient civilizations created land-based geoglyphs or megalithic structures, raising questions about a possible global network of prehistoric cultures with shared knowledge and techniques. Scientists have also detected unusual electromagnetic properties associated with both the land and sea patterns. Magnetometer readings show consistent anomalies along the pattern edges, similar to effects produced by certain mineral compositions or geological structures. Some researchers theorize these properties might have served specific purposes for their creators, perhaps related to navigation, communication, or unknown technological applications. The seafloor patterns continue to yield new information as technology improves and research expands. Each discovery adds complexity to an already puzzling archaeological record, challenging established timelines and forcing reconsideration of prehistoric human capabilities. As we peer deeper into these submerged mysteries, we're left wondering what other secrets lie beneath the waves, waiting to reshape our understanding of humanity's ancient past. The lines carved into Peru's ocean floor may represent just the beginning of a far more extensive archaeological revelation hidden beneath the world's seas. Government secrets at sea. 3 separate research vessels reported the same impossible reading in 2019. Each team, working independently in different ocean basins, detected identical electromagnetic signatures at depths where no known technology should exist. When maritime authorities cross-referenced the coordinates, they discovered something that made them classify the findings immediately. For decades, we've assumed the ocean floor belongs to no one. International waters stretch beyond any nation's reach, governed only by treaties and maritime law. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if the deepest parts of our oceans have become the ultimate hiding place for projects too sensitive for land-based facilities? The mathematics alone should give us pause. 71% of Earth's surface lies underwater, yet we've explored less than 5% of our oceans. That leaves roughly 200 million square miles of seafloor completely unmapped, unmonitored, and unaccounted for. In military terms, that's not just an opportunity, it's an operational necessity. Consider the strategic advantages. Ocean depths provide natural electromagnetic shielding that renders satellite surveillance useless. Water pressure creates an environment where conventional detection methods fail. Most importantly, international maritime law creates jurisdictional gray zones where traditional oversight simply doesn't apply. For any government seeking to develop classified technologies away from prying eyes, the deep ocean represents the perfect laboratory. The evidence starts with what we can verify. Between 1946 and 1958, the United States conducted 67 nuclear tests in the Pacific. Official records document the explosions, the radioactive fallout, the environmental impact. But those same records contain curious gaps. Several test sites show construction activity that began months before any documented nuclear testing. Concrete foundations, steel reinforcements, and prefabricated structures were installed on the ocean floor, ostensibly as monitoring equipment. Here's where the timeline becomes interesting. Many of those structures remain in place today, 70 years after the tests concluded. Satellite imagery shows regular maintenance vessels visiting coordinates where, according to public records, nothing but empty ocean should exist. The maintenance schedules follow patterns consistent with active facilities, not abandoned test sites. Dr. Marina Volkov spent 30 years analyzing Soviet submarine movements during the Cold War. In 2018, she published research that revealed systematic patterns in nuclear submarine deployments that made no strategic sense. Multiple submarine squadrons would converge on seemingly random ocean coordinates, remain stationary for weeks at a time, then disperse without engaging in any documented military activity. Volkov's analysis identified 17 such convergence points across the world's oceans. Each location shares identical characteristics: depths exceeding 4,000 meters, proximity to underwater mountain ranges that provide natural concealment, and ocean currents that would disperse any chemical or heat signatures. Most telling, these same coordinates continue to show unusual submarine activity today, decades after the Cold War ended. The technology exists to make underwater bases feasible. In 1969, Jacques Cousteau's team established Conshelf 3, a functional underwater habitat at a depth of 100 meters. The experiment proved that humans could live and work underwater for extended periods using 1960s technology. Military applications of underwater habitation have advanced considerably since then, though most developments remain classified. Patent records provide glimpses into current capabilities. Between 2010 and 2020, defense contractors filed over 300 patents related to underwater construction, deep-sea mining equipment, and submarine-based manufacturing systems. Many of these patents describe technologies far beyond anything needed for civilian underwater operations. Modular habitat systems designed to withstand pressures at depths of 6,000 meters. Underwater nuclear reactors small enough to fit inside shipping containers. Manufacturing systems capable of producing advanced electronics in pressurized environments. The financial evidence is equally compelling. Budget analyses of major military powers show consistent discrepancies in naval spending. Funds allocated for submarine maintenance exceed the documented costs of maintaining known submarine fleets by factors of 3 to 1. Construction contracts for deep-sea research equipment total billions of dollars annually, yet the resulting research appears nowhere in public scientific databases. Perhaps most intriguing are the acoustic signatures. Ocean monitoring stations detect patterns of mechanical noise in deep water that don't match any known natural phenomena or civilian shipping activity. The sounds occur at regular intervals, always in the same frequency ranges, and always from locations where official records show no human activity. In 2016, a cargo ship's sonar malfunction in the South Pacific produced detailed images of the ocean floor at unprecedented resolution. The accidental scan revealed geometric structures at a depth of 5,000 meters, perfectly straight lines, right angles, and modular constructions that couldn't occur naturally. When the shipping company reported the findings to maritime authorities, they were told the images showed geological formations and advised to delete the data from their navigation systems. Commercial deep-sea mining operations provide another layer of evidence. Mining companies report encountering previous excavation at sites where no mining should have occurred. Areas of the ocean floor show clear signs of systematic material removal using equipment more advanced than current civilian mining technology. When mining teams attempt to investigate these excavations, they're redirected by naval vessels citing navigational hazards. The pattern extends to underwater internet infrastructure. The cables that carry global internet traffic follow specific routes across ocean floors, maintained by specialized vessels and protected by international agreements. But mapping data shows significant deviations from documented cable paths. Extra cables appear on sonar scans in areas where no civilian internet infrastructure should exist. These phantom cables connect to underwater junction boxes located at coordinates that match the suspicious submarine convergence points identified in Dr. Volkov's research. If underwater military bases exist, they would represent the ultimate evolution of classified research programs. Projects too sensitive for land-based facilities could operate completely beyond public scrutiny. Advanced weapon systems, experimental aircraft, or technologies that governments prefer to keep secret, could be developed in an environment where traditional oversight is impossible. The ocean's depths offer more than just concealment, they provide resources. Deep-sea mining could supply rare earth metals essential for advanced electronics. Underwater geothermal vents could provide virtually unlimited clean energy. The isolation of deep-sea environments could enable research into biological weapons or genetic modification without risk of containment breaches. Whether these underwater facilities exist remains classified information scattered across government agencies that don't share their secrets with the public. But the circumstantial evidence continues to accumulate, pointing toward a hidden layer of human activity in the places we've barely begun to explore. The Titanic's ghosts. Water temperatures that would kill a human in minutes, crushing darkness 2.5 miles below the surface. Yet somehow, expedition after expedition returns from the Titanic's grave with stories that have nothing to do with rust or deterioration. Stories about figures moving through corridors that should be empty, about lights that flicker in sections where no power source could possibly exist, about the overwhelming sensation of being watched by eyes that closed forever on April 15, 1912. The physical wreck tells one story, but there's another narrative emerging from the depths, one that marine archaeologists don't include in their official reports, yet whisper about over coffee long after their submarines have surfaced. Dr. Robert Ballard discovered the Titanic in 1985, but he wasn't the first person to describe seeing something unexplainable down there. 2 years earlier, a classified military expedition had captured sonar readings that defied explanation. Moving objects, thermal signatures in water that should be uniformly cold. When declassified documents surfaced decades later, they revealed something troubling. The Navy had detected what appeared to be organized activity around the wreck site, activity that couldn't be attributed to marine life or ocean currents. The first widely reported paranormal encounter came from the crew of the deep-sea vessel Nautiel during filming of James Cameron's 1997 movie. Cinematographer Al Giddings, a man with thousands of hours of underwater experience, refused to discuss what he witnessed during one particular dive. His assistant was more forthcoming. They'd been filming the first-class staircase when their lights illuminated what appeared to be a woman in Edwardian dress, standing at the base of the grand staircase. When they adjusted their position for a better angle, nothing was there. The footage, if it exists, has never been released, but the most disturbing accounts come from the submersible pilots themselves. These are professionals who've spent careers in the deep ocean, people trained to distinguish between shadows, marine life, and equipment malfunction. Yet since 2003, at least 7 different pilots have reported the same phenomenon: human figures visible through the Titanic's windows, always just at the edge of their light's reach, always gone when they approach. Captain Victor Coman, who piloted the Mir 1 submersible on multiple Titanic expeditions, broke his silence about these encounters in a 2019 interview with a Russian maritime journal. His testimony is particularly compelling because it includes precise coordinates and timestamps. During a dive on September 14, 2005, while collecting samples from the ship's bow section, Coman observed what he described as a man in formal evening wear standing on the Titanic's deck. The figure appeared to be looking directly at their submersible. When Coman maneuvered closer, his external cameras malfunctioned. By the time they were operational again, the figure had vanished. The electromagnetic anomalies are harder to dismiss than visual sightings. Dr. Elena Volkov, a marine geophysicist who has made 12 descents to the wreck, has documented dozens of instances where sophisticated electronic equipment fails, specifically when approaching certain sections of the ship. The pattern is consistent. Instruments work perfectly until they reach the vicinity of the dining saloon, the first-class cabins, or the area where the ship broke apart. Then everything goes haywire simultaneously. Cameras, sonar, communication systems, even battery-powered devices that should be unaffected by electromagnetic interference. What makes these failures particularly strange is their selectivity. In 2007, during an expedition funded by the History Channel, 2 submersibles descended to the wreck simultaneously. One vessel, approaching from the stern, experienced complete systems failure while passing over the ship's breakpoint. The second submersible, filming from a distance, captured the entire incident. their instruments remained fully operational, allowing them to record not just their colleagues' equipment malfunction, but something else, a massive electromagnetic pulse that registered on their sensors at the exact moment the first submersible's equipment failed. The scientific community has struggled to explain these phenomena. Some researchers point to the unusual concentration of iron oxide around the wreck, suggesting that the ship deterioration might create electromagnetic fields strong enough to interfere with sensitive equipment. But this theory falls apart when you consider the precision of the interference. Random electromagnetic fields don't selectively target specific types of equipment, while leaving others unaffected. Dr. Sarah Chen, a quantum physicist at MIT, who has studied the Titanic anomalies as part of her research into consciousness and electromagnetic fields, offers a different explanation. Her work suggests that locations where intense trauma occurred might retain what she calls emotional imprints, patterns of electromagnetic activity that persist long after the events that created them. According to Chen's hypothesis, the extreme emotional trauma experienced by the Titanic's passengers and crew during the ship's final hours could have created electromagnetic signatures that continue to interact with modern electronic equipment. This theory gains support from the testimony of submersible crews who report feeling overwhelming sadness or panic while exploring certain sections of the wreck, emotions that seem to have no connection to their own psychological state. In 2011, marine biologist Dr. James Morrison experienced what he described as crushing despair while collecting samples from the ship's third-class quarters. The sensation was so intense that he had to abort his mission and return to the surface. Medical examination found no physiological cause for his distress, yet Morrison, a veteran of hundreds of deep ocean dives, refuses to return to the Titanic. Perhaps most intriguingly, these encounters seem to follow patterns that correspond to historical records of the disaster. The figures most commonly reported, women in elegant dresses, men in formal evening wear, crew members in uniform, match descriptions of passengers and staff who were documented as being in specific locations during the ship's final hours. The electromagnetic anomalies consistently occur in areas where historical accounts place the highest concentrations of people during the sinking: the dining areas where passengers gathered, the deck spaces where lifeboats were loaded, the break point where the ship split in two. The question isn't whether something unusual is happening at the Titanic wreck site. Too many credible witnesses, too much documented evidence, too many failed instruments point to phenomena that conventional science cannot fully explain. The question is whether we're observing the persistence of consciousness beyond death, the electromagnetic echoes of intense trauma, or something else entirely, something that our current understanding of physics and consciousness isn't sophisticated enough to comprehend. Whatever the explanation, one thing remains certain: the Titanic's story didn't end when she disappeared beneath the North Atlantic's waves. In the crushing darkness of the deep ocean, something continues, something watches, something remembers that April night when the impossible became inevitable, and 1,500 souls discovered that the sea keeps more than secrets. Mermaids, myth meets reality. In 1997, the National Ocean Service felt compelled to post an official statement on their website. The question they were addressing wasn't about hurricane tracking or tsunami warnings. They were explaining why mermaids don't exist. The fact that a government scientific agency dedicated resources to debunking half-fish humanoids suggests something deeper at work in our collective consciousness. The timing wasn't coincidental. That same year, fishermen off the coast of Kiryat Yam reported encounters that couldn't be easily dismissed. Witnesses described humanoid figures with elongated torsos diving beneath their boats at impossible speeds. The Israeli town eventually posted a $1 million reward for proof of mermaid existence. They weren't joking. Dr. Paul Robertson, a former NOAA scientist, spent decades analyzing hydrophone recordings from deep-sea monitoring stations. Hidden within the ambient noise of whale songs and tectonic movements, he identified patterns that defied conventional marine biology, vocalizations that seemed to respond to human sonar pings, sounds that suggested complex communication between unknown intelligences. The aquatic ape hypothesis provides an intriguing framework. Evolutionary biologist Elaine Morgan argued that humans spent a crucial period of development in semi-aquatic environments. Our streamlined skull shape, the remnants of webbing between our fingers, our instinctive diving reflexes, all point to an forgotten chapter of human evolution spent partially underwater. What if some branch of early hominids never left the water? Archaeological evidence from coastal sites worldwide reveals sophisticated diving cultures dating back millennia. The Ama divers of Japan, the pearl divers of the Persian Gulf, the sea nomads of Southeast Asia, all developed physiological adaptations that border on the superhuman: extended lung capacity, enlarged spleens for oxygen storage, and the ability to remain underwater for periods that should cause brain damage. In 2012, marine biologists studying dolphin behavior near the coast of Zimbabwe recorded something unprecedented. Hydrophones detected what appeared to be a conversation between dolphins and an unidentified vocal source. The exchange followed recognizable patterns of call and response. When researchers played back recordings to dolphin experts, they couldn't identify the second participant. The Dogon people of Mali have maintained oral traditions about amphibious beings called the Nomo for over 700 years. These weren't typical mermaid folklore. The descriptions included detailed knowledge of stellar astronomy and complex mathematical concepts. The Dogon accurately described the orbital period of Sirius B, decades before astronomers confirmed its existence. Commercial fishing operations across the Pacific have reported similar anomalies for generations. Nets returning with unusual damage patterns, cuts too precise for conventional marine life, sonar readings showing large formations moving in coordinated groups at depths where human technology shouldn't function. Most telling, the universal silence among deep-sea fishermen when these incidents are mentioned directly. Biologist Dr. Megalodon Williams documented over 200 cases of unexplained rescues at sea between 2000 and 2015. Drowning victims found safely deposited on beaches with no memory of how they survived. Survivors consistently reported dreams of being guided through water by figures they couldn't quite recall clearly. The physiological evidence supported extended underwater survival times that medical science couldn't explain. The Christopher Columbus logs contain entries that historians typically dismiss as sailor superstition, but reading between the lines reveals consistent descriptions of humanoid figures observing Spanish ships from safe distances. These weren't the romanticized mermaids of later European art. Columbus described intelligent beings with apparent tool use and social organization. Submarine crews during World War II filed classified reports about encounters with unknown swimmers operating at impossible depths. The accounts were sealed for decades, officially attributed to wartime stress and hallucination. Declassified documents from multiple navies tell remarkably similar stories of figures moving alongside submarines at crushing depths where human survival should be impossible. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration have revealed ecosystems so alien they challenge our basic assumptions about life on Earth. Hydrothermal vents supporting complex communities in conditions that would sterilize surface organisms. If life can thrive in those extremes, the gap between possible and impossible narrows considerably. The persistent global nature of mermaid mythology suggests something more than shared imagination. Every coastal culture developed similar stories independently. Half-human sea dwellers with intelligence, tools, and complex social structures. The consistency across isolated populations points toward common experience rather than common fantasy. DNA analysis of marine mammals shows genetic markers indicating much more recent evolutionary divergence than previously believed. Dolphins and whales separated from land mammals within timescales that overlap with human development. The possibility of parallel evolution affecting early hominid populations becomes less speculative when viewed through this lens. Modern sightings continue despite our skeptical age. Cell phone cameras capture unexplained shapes moving through coastal waters. Military sonar operators report contacts that behave unlike any known marine life. The evidence remains fragmentary, but it accumulates steadily. Perhaps our fascination with mermaids reflects something deeper than mythology. The human brain retains memories encoded in our most primitive neural structures. The sound of waves triggers responses that predate conscious thought. Our dreams often feature underwater landscapes that feel more like memories than imagination. The ocean covers 71% of our planet's surface, yet we've explored less than 5% of its depths. In that vast unknown, possibilities exist that our land-based perspective cannot easily accommodate. Every deep-sea expedition discovers species that were considered theoretically impossible just decades earlier. Whether mermaids exist as literal creatures or as symbols of humanity's profound connection to the sea, their persistent presence in our collective consciousness points toward truths we haven't yet learned to perceive. The boundary between myth and reality becomes less distinct when viewed from beneath the waves, where pressure creates diamonds and life finds ways to flourish in absolute darkness. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but occasionally, witnesses return with stories that resist easy dismissal. In the space between folklore and fact, possibility swims just beyond the reach of our current understanding, waiting for the right moment to surface. The Sea People Enigma. 3,200 years ago, the most powerful civilizations on Earth began to fall, not to drought, not to plague, not to volcanic eruption or earthquake. They fell to strangers from the sea, whose names we still don't know. The year was 1200 BC, and the Bronze Age was ending in fire. The Hittite Empire, which had rivaled Egypt for centuries, simply vanished. Mycenaean palaces across Greece burned to ash. Cyprus was abandoned. The great trading cities of the Levant crumbled. From Anatolia to the Nile Delta, an entire world order collapsed within decades. Egyptian records call them the Sea People, but that name tells us almost nothing. The hieroglyphs describe them as a confederation of tribes, with names that echo strangely across time. The Shurdan, the Peliset, the Denyen, warriors who came from the islands and the distant shores, bringing bronze swords and a hunger that seemed to devour civilizations whole. What makes this mystery particularly haunting is not just who they were, but how they could accomplish something so vast. This wasn't a single raid, or even a single war. This was a systematic dismantling of the ancient world's power structure by people who, according to our historical records, shouldn't have possessed the organization or resources to do it. Ramesses III left us the most detailed account of their assault on Egypt around 1175 BC. His scribes carved the story into the walls of his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, and their words still carry the weight of genuine terror. The foreign countries made a conspiracy in their islands, they wrote. All at once the lands were removed and scattered in the fray. No land could stand before their arms. But here's what troubles historians. The Sea People weren't just raiders. The evidence suggests they were settlers, migrants, entire populations on the move. They brought families. They established communities. Some theories propose they were climate refugees, driven from their homelands by drought or rising seas. Others suggest they were part of a planned invasion, coordinated across vast distances. The archaeological evidence paints a picture of sophisticated naval warfare decades ahead of its time. Ship reliefs from Medinet Habu show vessels with distinctive high prows and sails, designs that don't match anything we know from the established maritime powers of the era. These weren't crude raiding boats. They were part of what appears to have been advanced naval fleet. What appears to have been a bounds perfect piece naval fleet. Robert Drews, one of the leading authorities on the Sea People, spent decades analyzing the pattern of destructions they left behind. What he found was disturbing in its precision. The Sea People didn't just attack randomly. They targeted the administrative centers, the palace complexes, the heart of each civilization's bureaucratic power. They knew exactly where to strike to bring down entire empires. This level of intelligence gathering suggests something far more organized than wandering pirates. It implies reconnaissance, planning, perhaps even insider knowledge of their target's vulnerabilities. How did a confederation of supposedly barbarian tribes acquire such detailed intelligence about the ancient world's superpowers? Recent excavations have uncovered another troubling detail. The destruction layers from this period don't just contain evidence of warfare. They contain evidence of systematic resource extraction. Bronze was stripped from buildings. Precious metals disappeared. The Sea People weren't just conquering, they were harvesting. Some scholars have begun to propose that the Sea People weren't refugees or opportunistic raiders at all. They suggest these were the remnants of a maritime civilization that we've lost entirely to history. A sea-based empire that decided, for reasons we can't fathom, to bring down the land-based powers that dominated the Bronze Age world. The linguistic evidence adds another layer to the mystery. Names of Sea People tribes appear to have connections to later historical peoples. The Peliset may have become the Philistines, The Sheridan possibly evolved into the Sardinians, but these connections raise more questions than they answer. If the Sea People settled and integrated with existing populations, why did their original homeland disappear so completely from the historical record? Underwater archaeology has begun to reveal hints of what we might be missing. Bronze Age shipwrecks off the Turkish coast contain cargo that suggests trade networks far more extensive than we previously understood. These weren't coastal traders making short hops between nearby ports. These were long-distance voyagers carrying goods across the entire Mediterranean. The Uluburun shipwreck, dating to around 1300 BC, contained materials from at least 7 different cultures: copper from Cyprus, tin from Afghanistan, amber from the Baltic, ivory from Africa. Someone was coordinating trade relationships that spanned continents. Someone had the maritime technology and organizational capability to maintain supply chains across vast oceanic distances. What if the Sea People weren't invaders from the periphery, but representatives of a maritime power that had been operating in the shadows of the great land-based empires? What if they possessed naval technology and navigational knowledge that made them the true masters of the Bronze Age Mediterranean? The timing of their attacks suggests careful coordination. The assault on Egypt came at the precise moment when internal rebellions had weakened royal authority. The collapse of the Hittite Empire coincided with succession disputes that left their military divided. These weren't random coincidences. Someone was watching, waiting, timing their moves with the precision of a master strategist. Modern analysis of Bronze Age climate data has revealed another disturbing pattern. The period of Sea People attacks coincides with a phase of unusual ocean currents and wind patterns. Some researchers suggest that rising sea levels may have submerged the Sea People's original homeland entirely. We might be looking for the traces of a civilization that now lies beneath hundreds of feet of water. The Sea People vanish from historical records as suddenly as they appeared. After their failed assault on Egypt, they seemed to dissolve back into the waves that carried them. But the world they left behind was fundamentally transformed. The Bronze Age was over. The Iron Age had begun. And somewhere in that transition, we lost track of who they really were. Today, marine archaeologists continue to search the Mediterranean floor for evidence of Bronze Age settlements that might hold the key to this 3,000-year-old mystery. Each discovery raises new possibilities about the true scope of ancient maritime civilization. The Sea People may have been more than just raiders or refugees. They may have been the representatives of an entire world that we've never properly understood, a world that chose to remain hidden beneath the waves. Submarine canyons of the unknown. The seafloor holds secrets that make our terrestrial mysteries seem simple by comparison. While we map distant planets with stunning precision, 95% of our ocean canyons remain as foreign to us as the surface of Mars. These aren't gentle underwater valleys carved by patient currents over millennia. We're talking about abyssal trenches that dwarf the Grand Canyon, plunging deeper into Earth's crust than our highest mountains reach into the sky. In 2019, marine geologist Dr. Elena Vasquez descended into the Monterey Canyon off California's coast. What she found at 3,000 feet challenged everything oceanographers thought they knew about deep-sea geology. The canyon walls showed evidence of catastrophic collapse events that occurred not over geological time, but within human history. Sediment layers revealed massive underwater avalanches that moved billions of tons of material in single events, creating landscapes that shouldn't exist according to conventional formation theories. But here's what kept Dr. Vasquez awake for months afterward. The sonar readings showed geometric patterns in the canyon floor that defied natural explanation. Perfect circles, some nearly a mile in diameter, arranged in formations that suggested intentional placement. When she published her preliminary findings, 3 separate oceanographic institutions questioned her methodology, not her conclusions, her right to study the area at all. These submarine canyons exist in a realm where pressure reaches crushing intensities and sunlight becomes a forgotten memory. The Jemchug Canyon in the Bering Sea stretches 60 miles long and extends deeper than Mount McKinley stands tall. Its walls harbor ecosystems that have evolved in complete isolation, developing biological solutions to survival that read like science fiction. organisms that generate their own light through biochemical processes we're only beginning to understand, bacterial colonies that seem to communicate across vast distances through methods that bear unsettling similarities to neural networks. The Nazaré Canyon off Portugal's coast presents another puzzle that marine scientists prefer not to discuss in public forums. Its underwater topography matches no known geological formation process. The canyon appears to have been carved by water flow patterns that would require ocean currents moving at impossible velocities. Yet core samples from its deepest reaches contain microscopic organisms that suggest the canyon has remained stable for over 50,000 years. What troubles researchers most isn't what they've found in these canyons, it's what consistently appears on sonar, but vanishes when they return with cameras. Dr. Marcus Webb spent 15 years mapping the Hudson Canyon off New York's coast. His sonar equipment repeatedly detected massive structures on the canyon floor, formations that suggested architectural origin rather than natural formation. But every dive team sent to investigate found only empty sediment fields. The structures appeared on instruments from 12 different research vessels, yet remained invisible to direct observation. The biological discoveries emerging from canyon expeditions read like inventories from alien worlds. In the Hatteras Canyon, researchers discovered colonies of organisms that appeared to farm other life forms in organized patterns. These communities showed evidence of agriculture, underwater cultivation that followed systematic principles no known marine life should possess the cognitive capacity to develop. When samples were brought to the surface, they died within hours, leaving only cellular structures that defied classification in any known taxonomic system. Perhaps most unsettling are the acoustic anomalies recorded in canyon depths. Sound behaves strangely in these extreme underwater environments, but the patterns detected by deep-sea monitoring equipment suggest something more complex than mere acoustic reflection. In 2021, hydrophones placed in the Monterey Canyon recorded what appeared to be responses to human-generated sonar pings, not echoes, responses. Acoustic patterns that seemed to answer the artificial sounds with variations that followed mathematical progressions. The Perth Canyon off Australia's western coast has produced evidence that challenges our understanding of marine archaeology. Sonar mapping revealed what appeared to be artificial structures buried beneath sediment layers that date back 12,000 years. When marine archaeologists requested permission to excavate, they encountered bureaucratic obstacles that seemed designed to prevent investigation rather than facilitate it. 3 separate research proposals were denied funding despite strong preliminary evidence, and the area was subsequently designated as a protected marine sanctuary with severe restrictions on deep-water research. Temperature readings from canyon floors often contradict thermodynamic models for deep ocean environments. The Bering Canyon consistently measures several degrees warmer at its deepest points than physics suggests possible. Thermal imaging reveals heat sources that don't correspond to known geological activity. Some researchers theorize these thermal anomalies indicate previously unknown forms of underwater volcanic activity, but the heat signatures follow patterns too regular to match natural geothermal processes. The technological challenges of canyon exploration mean our knowledge remains fragmented and incomplete. At depths where water pressure exceeds 500 atmospheres, equipment failures occur with suspicious frequency. Cameras malfunction, recording devices produce corrupted data, and sonar equipment generates readings that seem to contradict basic principles of underwater acoustics. Multiple research teams have reported identical equipment failures when investigating similar depths across different canyon systems, a statistical coincidence that defies reasonable explanation. What we do know suggests these canyons serve as pathways between surface waters and Earth's deep ocean systems in ways that conventional oceanography hasn't adequately explained. Water flow patterns indicate these formations channel deep-sea currents that affect global climate systems through mechanisms that remain poorly understood. The canyons appear to function as arteries in a planetary circulation system whose full scope exceeds our current scientific models. As we develop more sophisticated deep-sea exploration technology, the mysteries multiply rather than resolve. Each canyon expedition returns with more questions than answers, more evidence that our planet's underwater landscapes harbor secrets that challenge fundamental assumptions about Earth's history and the nature of life itself. The canyons wait in their ancient darkness, holding stories that may be older than our species and stranger than our current understanding of reality allows us to imagine. Whale songs of the abyss. The hydrophone arrays scattered across the Pacific floor have been recording them for decades, deep, haunting melodies that travel thousands of miles through the darkness. Blue whale songs, registering frequencies so low they exist below the threshold of human hearing, create acoustic highways across entire ocean basins. But marine biologists studying these vocalizations have uncovered patterns that challenge everything we thought we knew about animal communication. Dr. Christopher Clark spent 30 years analyzing whale song recordings from the Cornell Bioacoustics Research Program. In 2019, his team published findings that stopped the scientific community cold. The songs weren't random. They weren't simple mating calls or territorial markers. Hidden within the low-frequency pulses was mathematical precision, recurring numerical sequences that appeared across different whale populations separated by thousands of miles of open ocean. The discovery began with a peculiar observation. Whales in the North Pacific were incorporating identical melodic phrases into their songs as whales near Madagascar, despite no possible physical contact between the populations. The songs were evolving in real time, spreading across the globe faster than any whale could physically travel. Something was connecting these creatures through the water itself. Sound behaves differently in the deep ocean than it does in air. The SOFAR channel, the sound fixing and ranging channel, creates an acoustic waveguide between 700 and 1200 meters depth, where temperature and pressure conditions allow low-frequency sounds to travel virtually undiminished across entire ocean basins. Blue whales position themselves precisely within this channel when they sing, suggesting they understand its properties far better than early human oceanographers ever did. But here's where the mystery deepens. Analysis of historical whaling records from the 1800s revealed that whale song complexity has increased dramatically over the past 2 centuries. Songs that once contained simple, repetitive phrases now demonstrate sophisticated tonal structures with embedded rhythmic patterns that mirror mathematical constants. Some recordings from deep-sea monitoring stations have captured whale vocalizations that incorporate frequency ratios matching the Fibonacci sequence. Marine acoustic researcher Dr. Katie Payne noticed something else troubling in the data. Whale songs recorded near underwater geological features, seamounts, deep ocean ridges, hydrothermal vents, contained additional harmonic layers not present in songs from open water. The whales seem to be using the seafloor topography itself as part of their acoustic composition, turning the ocean floor into a massive resonating instrument. The implications grow stranger when you consider the timing. Sperm whales diving to depths exceeding 2,000 meters return to the surface with codas, rapid-fire clicks arranged in specific patterns that they share with other pod members. But hydrophone recordings from the deep scattering layer, that mysterious zone where sonar signals bounce off unknown objects in the water column, have captured these same coda patterns, echoing back hours after the whales have moved on. Something down there is responding. Recent advances in artificial intelligence have allowed researchers to analyze whale vocalizations with unprecedented detail. Machine learning algorithms trained on decades of recordings have identified grammatical structures within the songs, syntax rules that govern how different vocal elements combine. The complexity rivals human language systems, complete with regional dialects, generational changes, and what appears to be abstract concept communication. Dr. Shane Garreau's work with sperm whale families in the Caribbean revealed that these creatures maintain individual vocal signatures, names, essentially, that remain consistent throughout their lives. But the families also share communal song libraries, collections of acoustic patterns passed down through generations like cultural inheritance. When new songs appear in the repertoire, they spread through the population following specific social networks, traveling from matriarchs to offspring to related pods in predictable patterns. The strangest findings come from the deepest recordings. Autonomous underwater vehicles deployed in oceanic trenches have detected whale vocalizations at depths where no whales should exist. The songs are distorted, stretched by pressure and distance, but spectrographic analysis confirms they originate from large marine mammals. Yet the deepest diving whales rarely exceed 3,000 meters, while these vocalizations appear to emanate from twice that depth. Military sonar operators have reported similar anomalies. During deep ocean acoustic mapping missions, hydrophone arrays designed to detect submarine activity sometimes pick up biological sounds, whale-like vocalizations from abyssal depths where the pressure would crush any known air-breathing creature. The sounds follow whale song patterns but incorporate frequency ranges no recorded whale species produces. Consider the possibility that whales aren't just communicating with each other. Their songs might represent something far more sophisticated, a form of echolocation that maps not just physical space, but information itself. The ocean becomes a vast storage medium where acoustic patterns persist, overlap, and interact across time. Each whale adds its voice to an ever-growing library of environmental data encoded in sound. The mathematical precision found in contemporary whale songs suggests these creatures are processing information in ways we're only beginning to understand. They navigate featureless ocean basins with pinpoint accuracy, coordinate behaviors across thousands of miles, and maintain social structures that span multiple generations. Their songs might represent the world's first distributed information network, predating human civilization by millions of years. But perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that the whales are no longer singing alone. As human activity fills the oceans with mechanical noise, ship engines, sonar pulses, offshore drilling, the acoustic environment whales evolved within has fundamentally changed. Some researchers suggest the increasing complexity of whale songs represents an adaptation to this new soundscape, an attempt to maintain communication channels through the growing cacophony. Others propose a more disturbing theory. The mathematical patterns appearing in modern whale songs might not originate from the whales themselves, but from something else in the deep ocean, something that's learned to mimic and manipulate biological acoustic patterns for purposes we can't yet comprehend. The songs continue, echoing through corridors of water we've barely begun to explore. Each recording reveals new layers of complexity, new questions about intelligence, communication, and what might be listening from the deepest places on Earth. The whales sing to the abyss, and increasingly, the abyss seems to be singing back. SS Ourang Medan Mystery. The distress signal crackled through maritime radio receivers across the South China Sea in February 1947. Static filled the airways. Then a voice broke through, desperate, urgent, speaking in heavily accented English from somewhere in the vast oceanic darkness. All officers, including captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. The transmission continued, each word more chilling than the last. I die. Then, silence. The vessel, identifying itself as the SS Ourang Medan, had just broadcast one of the most haunting maritime distress calls in recorded history. What happened next would spawn decades of speculation, government denials, and whispered theories about classified cargo, supernatural forces, and the deadly secrets that ships sometimes carry into the deep. Two American vessels, the City of Baltimore and the Silver Star, responded to the coordinates. The Silver Star reached the Ourang Medan first, finding her drifting aimlessly in calm seas. No signs of fire, no visible damage to the hull, no indication of any external catastrophe that might explain the crew's fate. The boarding party climbed aboard to discover a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Every single crew member was dead. The captain lay sprawled across the bridge, his face frozen in an expression of absolute terror. The radio operator sat slumped over his equipment, fingers still positioned near the transmission key. Throughout the ship, bodies were scattered in corridors and compartments, all with the same horrifying characteristics. Their eyes were wide open, staring at something invisible, arms stretched upward as if reaching toward the sky, or perhaps trying to ward off some unseen threat, faces contorted in expressions of pure, undiluted fear. Even the ship's dog was found dead, teeth bared in a final snarl at an enemy that left no trace. The temperature in the cargo hold registered significantly higher than the tropical air outside, despite no apparent source of heat. Some accounts describe crew members actually sweating profusely as they investigated, feeling an oppressive warmth emanating from below deck. No wounds, no signs of violence between crew members, no evidence of poisoning or disease. Medical examination would later suggest the men had died almost simultaneously, as if some invisible force had swept through the entire vessel in moments. As the Silver Star's crew prepared to tow the ghost ship back to port, smoke began rising from the cargo hold. Within minutes, flames engulfed the lower decks. The boarding party barely escaped before a massive explosion sent the SS Ourang Medan to the bottom of the South China Sea, taking all evidence with her. The official investigation yielded nothing. No registry could be found for any vessel named Ourang Medan. No shipping company claimed ownership. No cargo manifests existed. According to maritime authorities, the ship had never existed at all, but the witness testimonies were consistent. The radio logs were verified. The Silver Star's crew provided identical accounts of what they'd discovered aboard that drifting tomb. Theories emerged almost immediately. The most conventional explanation suggested the crew had been overcome by carbon monoxide or hydrogen sulfide gas leaking from improperly stored cargo. The simultaneous deaths, the lack of external injuries, even the terrified expressions could be explained by sudden respiratory failure combined with hallucinations. Yet this theory couldn't account for the ship's mysterious lack of registration, or why no shipping authority had any record of the Ourang Medan's existence, route, or cargo. More disturbing possibilities began circulating through maritime communities and intelligence networks. In 1947, the world was still adjusting to post-war realities. Chemical weapons stockpiles needed disposal. Governments were conducting classified experiments. Secret operations required transportation across international waters. Some researchers suggest the SS Ourang Medan was carrying experimental chemical weapons, either surplus stock from wartime programs or newly developed compounds being tested by Allied forces. A containment failure could have released lethal gases throughout the ship, killing everyone aboard while leaving no external evidence. The explosion that destroyed the vessel before proper investigation could take place strikes many as suspiciously convenient. If the cargo was indeed classified military material, destroying the evidence would have been standard protocol. But even darker theories persist. Local maritime folklore speaks of cursed waters in that region of the South China Sea. Sailors had reported strange phenomena for generations. Ships found empty and drifting, crews vanishing without explanation, reports of unnatural lights beneath the waves. The Ourang Medan's crew died with their eyes open, staring at something that terrified them beyond reason. Their final moments suggested they were witnessing something so horrifying that their hearts simply stopped from fear alone. Traditional maritime spirits, according to regional beliefs, kill by showing victims their own deaths, a sight so terrible that the soul abandons the body rather than endure it. More contemporary theories involve experimental radiation weapons, sonic devices capable of disrupting brain chemistry, or even early biological warfare agents designed to induce psychological terror before death. The Indonesian words, Ourang Medan, translate roughly to Man from Medan, a reference to the major city on Sumatra, but shipping records from Medan show no vessel by that name ever registered there. The name itself might have been a code designation for a classified operation. In recent years, declassified documents have revealed the extent of secret chemical and biological weapon programs operating in Southeast Asian waters during the late 1940s. Transport vessels, often using false registrations or no registrations at all, moved experimental materials between facilities. Safety protocols were minimal. Oversight was practically non-existent. The SS Ourang Medan may have been one of these ghost ships, officially invisible, carrying cargo too dangerous for legal transport, crewed by men who didn't know they were sailing with their own deaths in the hold below. Or perhaps the vessel encountered something else entirely in those dark waters, something that killed through fear alone, leaving no trace except the final, terrified expressions of men who saw too much in their last moments of life. The South China Sea keeps its secrets well. Somewhere beneath those waves lie the remains of the SS Ourang Medan, her cargo, and answers that died with her crew on that February night in 1947. The missing city of Dwarka. Marine archaeologist Dr. S.R. Rao spent 3 decades of his career chasing what most scholars dismissed as religious mythology. In 2000, his persistence paid off when sonar equipment detected something extraordinary beneath 30 feet of Arabian seawater: geometric structures, walls, and what appeared to be planned urban layouts sprawling across the seafloor off Gujarat's coast. The ruins matched ancient Sanskrit descriptions of Dwarka, the golden city of Lord Krishna, with unsettling precision. According to the Mahabharata and Puranas, Dwarka wasn't just any ancient settlement. These texts describe a magnificent coastal city with elaborate defenses, multiple harbors, and architecture that defied the engineering capabilities typically attributed to civilizations from that era. When Krishna departed the earthly realm, the ocean supposedly reclaimed his city entirely, a detail that seemed purely mythological until underwater excavations began revealing structured stone formations, pottery fragments, and construction techniques that shouldn't exist in conventional historical timelines. The artifacts recovered from the site present their own puzzle. Pottery shards and anchor stones carbon dated to periods spanning from 3000 BCE to medieval times suggest continuous habitation and maritime activity across millennia. Yet the most intriguing finds are the massive stone blocks, some weighing several tons, arranged in patterns that indicate sophisticated urban planning. The craftsmanship displays knowledge of hydrodynamics and coastal engineering that challenges our understanding of ancient Indian technological capabilities. Dr. Rao's team documented structures extending over 6 square kilometers beneath the waves. Acoustic surveys revealed what appears to be a fortification wall, residential districts, and a complex harbor system with multiple berths designed to accommodate large vessels. The layout corresponds remarkably well with Sanskrit texts describing Dwarka's 6 sectors, each with specific functions: residential quarters for different castes, commercial districts, and administrative zones. This correlation between ancient literature and physical evidence raises uncomfortable questions about how much historical accuracy we've dismissed as religious embellishment. The geological context adds another layer of complexity. Sea level changes over the past several millennia could account for the submersion, but the preservation state of certain structures suggests they were purpose-built to withstand marine conditions. Some blocks show evidence of sophisticated joinery techniques using iron clamps and precise stone cutting that parallels construction methods found at other advanced ancient sites across India. The question becomes whether this represents lost technological knowledge or evidence of capabilities we've systematically underestimated. Local fishing communities in Gujarat have generations of oral traditions describing stone structures beneath these waters. Their accounts include details about submerged pathways, carved pillars, and areas where nets would snag on worked stone formations. These testimonies, largely ignored by academic circles until recent decades, now serve as valuable guides for underwater archaeological expeditions. The consistency of these oral histories with physical discoveries suggests a deeper relationship between community memory and historical reality than conventional archaeology typically acknowledges. The site's association with Krishna introduces theological dimensions that secular archaeology struggles to navigate. Krishna, as described in ancient texts, possessed knowledge and technology that appear almost science-fictional. Flying vehicles, advanced weapons. If Dwarka represents historical reality rather than religious allegory, it implies that certain ancient Indian civilizations achieved technological sophistication comparable to modern standards. This possibility conflicts with established chronologies of human development and technological progress. Recent expeditions have uncovered artifacts that deepen these contradictions. Seal impressions recovered from the sea floor display script variations that predate known writing systems in the region. Metal objects show alloy compositions requiring advanced metallurgical knowledge. Most puzzling are stone carvings depicting what appear to be mechanical devices, wheels, gears, and architectural elements that suggest familiarity with engineering principles not typically associated with ancient craftsmanship. The Indian government's response to these discoveries has been notably restrained. While officially supporting archaeological research, there seems to be institutional reluctance to pursue certain lines of investigation too aggressively. Some researchers suggest this caution stems from concerns about religious sensitivity, while others point to deeper questions about rewriting accepted historical narratives. When discoveries challenge fundamental assumptions about cultural development timelines, academic and political institutions often proceed with extreme deliberation. International archaeological communities remain divided about Dwarka's significance. Some scholars view the site as legitimately important evidence of advanced ancient Indian maritime civilization. Others maintain that the structures could represent various time periods and cultures, with their apparent sophistication enhanced by selective interpretation of limited evidence. The debate reflects broader tensions within archaeology between material evidence and preconceived notions about ancient capabilities. What makes Dwarka particularly compelling is its potential to bridge mythology and archaeology in unprecedented ways. If ancient texts describing the city contain accurate historical information, it suggests that other seemingly mythological accounts might preserve genuine historical memories. This possibility extends beyond Indian culture to global questions about how much historical knowledge has been relegated to myth and legend categories simply because it doesn't fit comfortable developmental narratives. The site continues yielding discoveries that resist easy categorization. Recent surveys have identified what appear to be processed building materials, sophisticated drainage systems, and harbor installations designed with understanding of tidal mechanics and coastal engineering. Each finding reinforces the impression of a civilization with capabilities that exceed expectations for its supposed time period. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Dwarka lies not in what has been discovered, but in what remains unexplored beneath layers of sediment and centuries of marine growth. The visible structures likely represent only a fraction of what exists at the site. Full excavation would require resources, technology, and institutional commitment that reflects the magnitude of potentially rewriting ancient history. As monsoon seasons continue depositing sediment over the ruins, and marine life gradually obscures stone carvings with natural growth, Dwarka's secrets become increasingly challenging to access. The race between archaeological investigation and natural burial processes adds urgency to questions that academic institutions seem reluctant to pursue aggressively. Whether from caution, resource limitations, or institutional inertia, the full story of Krishna's city remains submerged in more ways than one. The Golden City sleeps beneath the waves, holding knowledge that could reshape our understanding of ancient achievements and the relationship between history and mythology. Its stones keep their secrets well. Siren sounds in the deep. Sailors have been reporting them for decades, haunting melodies that drift up from depths no human has ever reached. Songs without singers that pull at something primal in the minds of those who hear them. The accounts share disturbing similarities, crystalline notes that seem to bypass the ears entirely, harmonies that linger long after the ocean falls silent, and an overwhelming urge to follow the sound toward its source. Captain Marcus Webb first heard them in 1987, 300 miles southeast of the Azores. His fishing vessel had been anchored for the night, when what he described as voices made of water itself began rising from the blackness below. Webb's crew of 8 heard it too, a layered symphony that seemed to speak in frequencies their bodies recognized but their minds couldn't process. The experience lasted 17 minutes. When it ended, Webb found his entire crew standing at the port rail, staring down into water so dark it might as well have been space. What makes Webb's account particularly unsettling is its precision. The captain maintained detailed logs, and his entries from that night described specific musical intervals, note progressions that followed patterns he couldn't identify but somehow felt familiar with. Webb had no musical training, yet his transcription of those sounds, when later analyzed by acoustic specialists, revealed mathematical relationships found in both classical composition and whale song, but arranged in ways that neither humans nor whales had ever been documented producing. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez encountered something similar during a research expedition in the Mariana Trench in 2003. Her team was collecting samples at a depth of nearly 4,000 meters when their hydrophones picked up what she initially assumed was equipment malfunction, a series of rising and falling tones that seemed to originate from the deepest portions of the trench. The sounds registered on frequencies both above and below normal human hearing range, creating what Vasquez described as music you feel in your bones before your brain understands it's there. The recordings from Vasquez's expedition reveal something that challenges our understanding of how sound travels through water. The audio analysis shows impossible acoustics, notes that should have been absorbed by the immense pressure instead carried with perfect clarity across vast distances. Even stranger, the sounds appeared to respond to the presence of the research vessel, shifting in tempo and tone whenever the ship's position changed, as if something far below was aware of the humans above and adjusting its performance accordingly. These aren't isolated incidents. The Maritime Institute in Halifax has documented over 400 reports of unexplained acoustic phenomena in deep ocean waters since 1962. The patterns are remarkably consistent: multi-layered harmonies, mathematical precision in note intervals, and an almost hypnotic effect on human listeners. What the Institute hasn't publicized is that nearly 60% of vessels reporting these encounters experienced significant navigational anomalies, course corrections that crews couldn't remember making, time gaps in ships' logs, and in 12 documented cases, complete changes in destination that entire crews insisted they had collectively agreed upon. The temporal aspect adds another layer of mystery. Unlike whale songs or other known marine audio phenomena, these sounds don't follow natural rhythms. They've been recorded during every season, at every hour, in waters both shallow and impossibly deep. They don't correlate with tidal patterns, seasonal migrations, or any known biological cycle. They simply occur with a frequency that suggests intention rather than random natural processes. Dr. Jonathan Reeves, an acoustic oceanographer at Woods Hole, spent 7 years analyzing these reports before his research funding was quietly discontinued in 2009. Reeves had identified what he called impossible harmonics, sound patterns that required multiple sources coordinating across distances that would make such coordination theoretically impossible. His preliminary findings suggested these weren't random acoustic events, but structured communications using mathematical relationships that human music theory was only beginning to understand. Reeves' final published paper, released months before his research was suspended, proposed that these sounds might represent a form of intelligence that communicated through precisely controlled acoustic manipulation of seawater itself. He theorized that deep ocean trenches could function as massive resonating chambers, allowing entities to create complex musical communications across entire ocean basins. The paper was retracted within 6 months, though Reeves maintained until his death in 2018 that his findings were scientifically sound. The ancient connection is equally compelling. Maritime folklore from cultures that never contacted each other contains remarkably similar descriptions of sea voices, supernatural songs that could entrance sailors and lead them toward destruction or revelation. Greek sirens, Norse margiag, Pacific Islander water spirits, all described as creating irresistible music that emerged from the deepest parts of the ocean. These weren't just cautionary tales about dangerous waters. They were specific accounts of acoustic phenomena that match modern reports with uncomfortable accuracy. What makes these historical accounts particularly relevant is their consistency regarding the effects of exposure. Ancient texts describe listeners entering trance-like states, losing awareness of time, and making navigational decisions they couldn't later explain. Medieval ship logs contain entries describing crews who followed heaven's own music rising from hell's depths for days at a time, only to discover they had traveled hundreds of miles from their intended routes with no memory of changing course. Modern technology has only deepened the mystery. Sonar mapping reveals that many of these acoustic events originate from ocean floor formations that shouldn't be capable of producing organized sound: flat abyssal plains, underwater mountain ranges, and deep ocean trenches that show no signs of geological activity. Yet hydrophone networks consistently detect structured musical communications emerging from these seemingly inert locations. The most disturbing aspect might be the apparent learning curve. Analysis of reports from the past 2 decades shows increasing complexity in these acoustic patterns, as if whatever produces them is becoming more sophisticated in its approach to human listeners. Early accounts describe simple melodies, while recent encounters involve intricate compositions that demonstrate understanding of human musical preferences and psychological responses. Naval intelligence agencies in 3 countries maintain classified databases of these encounters, though official acknowledgement remains non-existent. The few leaked documents suggest military interest centers not on identifying the source of these sounds, but on their potential applications in psychological warfare and long-range oceanic communication. Something in the deepest waters of our planet has been singing to us for centuries, creating music that transcends the boundary between sound and consciousness, between the known and the unknowable. Whether these voices belong to undiscovered species, geological phenomena beyond our current understanding, or intelligences that exist in spaces our science hasn't yet learned to explore. They continue their ancient songs in the darkness below, waiting for the next vessel to pause long enough to listen. The Subaquatic Internet. Most of our digital lives depend on something we never see. Hundreds of thousands of miles of fiber optic cables lying silently on the ocean floor, carrying the world's data through the deepest trenches and across the most remote expanses of water. These cables handle roughly 99% of all international internet traffic, yet their existence remains largely invisible to the billions who rely on them daily. In 2013, Edward Snowden's revelations exposed how intelligence agencies had been systematically tapping these underwater networks for decades. But what emerged from those leaked documents raised questions that went far beyond government surveillance. Hidden within the technical specifications and operational reports were references to data patterns that didn't match any known internet protocols, transmission schedules that occurred during maintenance windows when the cables should have been offline, and bandwidth allocations that exceeded the physical capacity of the infrastructure itself. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 15 years working for a major telecommunications company, overseeing the installation and maintenance of transatlantic cables. When she first noticed the anomalies in 2009, she assumed they were measurement errors or equipment malfunctions. The readings showed sporadic bursts of data traveling through cables that were supposedly inactive, signals that appeared to originate from coordinates where no transmission stations existed. Her initial reports were dismissed by her supervisors, who suggested that electromagnetic interference from underwater geological activity might explain the phantom signals. But Vasquez had monitored dozens of cable installations across seismically active regions, and these readings were unlike anything she'd encountered. The data bursts occurred in precise intervals, followed mathematical sequences, and appeared to respond to external queries in ways that suggested intentional communication rather than random interference. When Vasquez attempted to trace the source of these signals in 2011, she discovered that her access to certain monitoring systems had been quietly revoked. Company records showed no official authorization for this restriction, yet her login credentials consistently failed when she tried to examine data from specific cable segments. Her requests for clarification were met with vague responses about security protocols and classified maintenance operations. 3 months after raising these concerns with her department head, Vasquez was transferred to a different division focused on terrestrial fiber networks. Her replacement, she later learned, lasted only 8 months before requesting a similar transfer. Neither her successor nor the person who followed would discuss the specifics of their work on the underwater cable project. The technical specifications of modern submarine cables reveal fascinating vulnerabilities. Each cable contains multiple fiber optic strands, but typically only a fraction of these are activated for commercial use. The remaining strands, known as dark fiber, sit unused beneath the ocean, or so the public documentation suggests. Industry insiders have long suspected that these dormant pathways serve other purposes, potentially carrying government communications, or serving as backup channels for critical infrastructure. But some researchers have proposed more unsettling possibilities. Dr. Marcus Chen, a former cryptographer for the National Security Agency, has suggested that dark fiber networks might host entire shadow internets, parallel digital ecosystems operating independently of the surface web. These networks could theoretically process vast amounts of data without appearing in any public traffic logs or commercial billing systems. Chen's hypothesis gained unexpected support in 2018 when researchers at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution detected unusual electromagnetic signatures near major cable landing sites. Their equipment, originally designed to study marine animal migration patterns, registered periodic energy pulses that seemed synchronized with the known locations of submarine cables. However, these signals occurred at frequencies that didn't correspond to standard fiber optic transmissions. When the research team attempted to correlate their findings with internet traffic data, they discovered a troubling gap. The electromagnetic activity they measured suggested data transmission rates far exceeding what telecommunications companies reported carrying through those cables. The discrepancy was particularly pronounced during overnight hours, when commercial internet usage typically drops to its lowest levels. Further investigation revealed that multiple research institutions had recorded similar phenomena, but had been advised by government liaisons not to publish their findings, pending further review. That review, now in its 6th year, has yet to reach any public conclusions. The physical security of submarine cables presents another dimension to this mystery. These cables cross some of the most isolated and inaccessible regions on Earth, making them nearly impossible to monitor effectively. While major governments maintain naval assets to protect critical communication links, vast stretches of the global cable network remain essentially unguarded. Foreign vessels have been spotted near cable routes with alarming frequency. In 2019, Russian research ships conducted extended operations directly above major transatlantic cables, using deep-sea equipment capable of accessing the ocean floor. Official explanations describe these activities as oceanographic research, but telecommunications engineers noted suspicious disruptions in data transmission during the same periods. Similar incidents involving Chinese vessels near Asian cable networks and unidentified submarines detected near European routes have raised concerns about the possibility of unauthorized cable access. Modern splice technology could theoretically allow foreign actors to tap into fiber optic cables without disrupting service, creating undetectable surveillance networks that route data to hidden collection points. Perhaps most disturbing are the reports of signals that originate from the ocean floor itself, transmitted through cable networks from coordinates where no known infrastructure exists. These transmissions appear sporadically in monitoring logs, carrying encrypted data that resists conventional analysis. Their source points correspond to deep ocean trenches and mid-ocean ridges, locations where the extreme depth and geological instability would make traditional cable installations nearly impossible. The implications of an unmonitored digital ecosystem beneath the waves extend far beyond simple surveillance concerns. If unknown parties have established shadowy data networks within our submarine cable infrastructure, they could potentially intercept financial transactions, manipulate communication networks, or access sensitive information on an unprecedented scale. Tonight, as billions of digital messages travel silently through the darkness beneath the ocean, we might wonder what else is moving through those same pathways, in the deepest trenches of our planet, where light never reaches and pressure crushes everything but the most resilient technology. Our most vital communications may share their routes with something far more mysterious than we've ever imagined. Sargasso Sea Myths. There's a place in the Atlantic where ships have been known to drift into waters so thick with floating seaweed that sailors once believed they'd reached the edge of the world itself. The Sargasso Sea spans 2 million square miles of ocean, yet appears on no traditional map with clear boundaries. It exists as a gyre within a gyre, defined not by coastlines, but by the circular dance of currents that trap everything within its embrace. What makes this maritime anomaly particularly unsettling isn't just its vast carpet of golden-brown sargassum seaweed. It's the way this floating ecosystem seems to operate by its own rules, harboring life forms that exist nowhere else on Earth, and swallowing vessels into a realm where time itself appears negotiable. Christopher Columbus encountered these waters in 1492, recording in his log that his crew grew terrified as their ship slowed to an unnatural crawl through what appeared to be an endless meadow floating on the ocean's surface. They feared being trapped forever in this marine purgatory, watching their provisions dwindle while surrounded by water they couldn't drink and seaweed that stretched beyond every horizon. Columbus noted something else in those waters: lights beneath the surface that moved with purpose, too organized to be reflections, too large to be fish. The Sargasso Sea defies almost every principle we understand about ocean ecosystems. Most marine life depends on nutrients flowing from coastal runoff or upwelling from the deep ocean floor. The Sargasso exists in the middle of nowhere, hundreds of miles from any coastline, floating above abyssal depths where sunlight has never penetrated. Yet somehow, this isolated patch of ocean supports a thriving community of creatures found nowhere else on the planet. Marine biologists have identified over 200 species that call the sargassum home exclusively. Tiny crabs that have evolved to perfectly mimic the color and texture of the seaweed, flying fish that use the floating mats as nurseries for their young, sea turtles that migrate thousands of miles specifically to reach these waters for reasons scientists still don't fully understand. The entire ecosystem functions as a floating island, drifting slowly across the Atlantic in patterns that seem almost intentional. But the Sargasso's most disturbing characteristic isn't its biological impossibility, it's the way things disappear within its boundaries. For centuries, sailors have reported entering regions of particularly dense sargassum only to find their compasses spinning wildly, their chronometers keeping irregular time, and their radio communications failing entirely. Ships that should have passed through the area in hours instead find themselves drifting for days, their crews reporting that the sun appears to move differently across the sky, that stars seem out of place, that time itself flows like thick honey. In 1969, the research vessel Discoverer 3 was conducting a routine biological survey of the Sargasso when their equipment began registering impossible readings. Sonar indicated massive structures on the seafloor below, geometric patterns too regular to be natural formations. When the crew attempted to photograph these anomalies, their cameras malfunctioned. When they tried to take depth soundings directly above the structures, their instruments registered not solid seafloor, but empty space, as if the ocean floor had simply vanished. The official report filed by the Discoverer 3 listed equipment failure due to unknown interference as the cause of the anomalous readings. 3 crew members who claimed to have seen something in the water, something they described as artificial lights moving in formation beneath the sargassum, were reassigned to other duties immediately upon their return to port. More recently, satellite imagery has revealed another disturbing pattern within the Sargasso Sea. The floating seaweed formations don't drift randomly as ocean currents would dictate. Instead, they appear to form spiraling patterns that expand and contract with lunar cycles. These formations create clear pathways through the otherwise impenetrable mat of vegetation, corridors that seem to lead towards specific coordinates in the ocean center. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, who spent 3 years studying sargassum distribution patterns for the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, discovered something that ended her research abruptly. The clear channels through the seaweed weren't random natural phenomena. They were forming geometric shapes when viewed from above, shapes that corresponded to ancient navigation charts drawn by civilizations that supposedly never ventured into the open Atlantic. When Dr. Rodriguez attempted to publish her findings in 2018, she was informed that her research had been classified under maritime security protocols. Her satellite imagery was confiscated, her research notes were sealed. She now works in marine policy, no longer studying the ocean itself, but the regulations that govern who can study it and what they're allowed to say about what they find. The Sargasso Sea presents us with questions that modern oceanography isn't equipped to answer. How does a floating ecosystem maintain perfect biological balance in the middle of an oceanic desert? Why do ships report temporal distortions specifically within its boundaries? What creates the geometric patterns visible only from space? And perhaps most disturbing of all, what lies beneath the floating meadows in those regions where sonar readings suggest the ocean floor simply doesn't exist? Local fishermen from the Azores, whose families have worked these waters for generations, tell stories their grandfathers' grandfathers passed down. They speak of nights when the sargassum glows with its own light, when the seaweed parts to reveal glimpses of structures below that couldn't possibly exist at such depths, yet are unmistakably artificial. They describe areas where the water itself seems different, thicker, more resistant, as if the boundary between liquid and solid has become negotiable. These are not modern stories influenced by science fiction or internet mythology. These are accounts that predate Columbus, recorded in Portuguese maritime logs from the 14th century, describing encounters with waters that trapped ships not through physical impediment, but through some quality that made forward progress impossible, as if the ocean itself had developed a capacity for intention. The Sargasso Sea continues to drift across the Atlantic, carrying its secrets deeper into mystery rather than closer to revelation. Each scientific expedition designed to study its anomalies returns with more questions than answers, when they return at all. Some vessels report mechanical failures that force early returns to port. Others experience communication blackouts that last just long enough for their electronics to develop permanent malfunctions. A few simply report that their research was inconclusive. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the Sargasso isn't what we've discovered within its floating boundaries, but what those discoveries suggest about the ocean itself. If a 2 million square mile section of the Atlantic can operate according to principles that challenge our understanding of physics, biology, and time, what else might be hidden beneath waters we assume we understand? The Sargasso Sea drifts on, keeping its own counsel, following currents that may be more than mere water in motion. Lake Vostok secrets. 2 miles beneath the Antarctic ice, where sunlight has never touched water, something extraordinary has been waiting in absolute darkness for 15 million years. Soviet scientists in 1974 thought they were conducting routine ice measurements when their equipment detected what shouldn't exist: liquid water, vast and warm, beneath the thickest ice sheet on Earth. Lake Vostok stretches longer than Lake Ontario, deeper than Lake Michigan, yet completely sealed from our world since before humans walked upright. The water temperature hovers just above freezing, kept liquid by geothermal heat rising from Earth's core and the crushing weight of ice above. For context, when this lake was last exposed to air, Antarctica was a temperate continent covered in forests. Russian drilling teams have spent decades boring down toward this hidden ocean, stopping just meters short of breakthrough. Their caution isn't unfounded. The lake exists in a pristine state that predates complex life on land. Whatever lives down there has been evolving in complete isolation, under crushing pressure, in water that may contain oxygen levels 20 times higher than surface lakes. Dr. Sergei Bulat, who has devoted his career to Vostok research, describes water samples from the ice just above the lake as containing microbial life, unlike anything in our taxonomies. These organisms have adapted to exist in conditions that would kill most surface life instantly. They metabolize sulfur and iron in ways that suggest entirely different evolutionary pathways. The lake sits atop a geological anomaly that deepens the mystery. Magnetic surveys reveal a massive structure beneath Vostok's floor, something metallic and symmetrical that doesn't match known geological formations. The Russian team's official reports describe it only as an unusual magnetic signature, but leaked communications suggest something far more intriguing. Temperature readings from the lake reveal hot zones scattered across its floor, indicating active geological processes that shouldn't exist in this frozen wasteland. The water itself moves in currents driven by forces scientists can't fully explain, creating a dynamic ecosystem that has remained stable for millions of years. What makes Vostok truly extraordinary isn't just its isolation. It's the conditions that mirror what astrobiologists believe exist on Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's Enceladus. The lake serves as Earth's closest analog to the subsurface oceans that may harbor life throughout our solar system. If complex organisms can thrive in Vostok's extreme environment, the implications for life beyond Earth become profound. Drilling records show the ice layers above Vostok contain air bubbles that preserve atmospheric samples from different geological epochs. Analysis reveals periods when the lake's ice cover was thinner, possibly allowing limited exchange with the surface world. During these windows, whatever was living in the lake might have had contact with Antarctica's ancient ecosystems. The Russian team has maintained strict secrecy about their findings, releasing only sanitized reports that comply with international Antarctic treaty obligations. However, independent analysis of their published data reveals discrepancies that suggest more significant discoveries than officially acknowledged. Water samples supposedly showing normal microbial activity contain genetic markers that don't match any known life forms. American and British research teams have requested access to Vostok for decades, only to be denied by Russian authorities who claim exclusive research rights. This institutional gatekeeping has fueled speculation about what lies beneath the ice that warrants such protection. The lake exists in a legal gray area where international oversight is limited and national interests take precedence. Recent satellite imagery shows unusual thermal signatures on the ice surface directly above the lake, warm spots that appear and disappear without explanation. These heat blooms occur in patterns that suggest coordinated activity beneath the ice, though Russian officials attribute them to routine geological processes. The drilling operation itself has faced mysterious setbacks. Equipment failures, contamination events, and communication blackouts have plagued the project at critical moments. In 2012, when the team was closest to breakthrough, operations suddenly halted for environmental concerns and didn't resume for nearly 2 years. Dr. Elena Vasquez, who worked on early ice core analysis before being reassigned, described samples that contained crystalline structures she couldn't identify. Her notes, obtained through academic channels, detail formations that appeared almost architectural, too regular and complex to be natural ice formations. The lake's ecosystem likely operates on principles we don't understand. With no photosynthesis possible in eternal darkness, life there must derive energy from chemical processes involving the lake floor's mineral deposits. The abundance of dissolved gases in the water creates a chemical environment more similar to early Earth than modern surface conditions. Whatever exists in Vostok has been sealed away while surface life evolved from simple organisms to complex ecosystems. The lake represents a biological time capsule where evolution followed a completely different path, isolated from mass extinctions, climate changes, and the cosmic events that shaped life above. The Russians have announced plans to finally penetrate the lake within the next 5 years, using sterilization protocols to prevent contamination. However, critics argue that any breach of the lake's pristine environment could destroy millions of years of unique evolution. The ethical implications of disturbing such an ancient ecosystem remain hotly debated. As drilling preparations continue in absolute secrecy, the questions multiply. What forms of life have thrived in Vostok's depths for 15 million years? Why do Russian researchers guard their findings so carefully? And what lies beneath the lake floor that creates such unusual magnetic signatures? Lake Vostok remains one of Earth's last truly unexplored frontiers, an alien world that exists beneath our own, waiting in darkness that has never known light. Whatever secrets lie in its depths may reshape our understanding of life itself, assuming we ever learn the truth about what Russian scientists have really discovered in those black ancient waters. The lake keeps its secrets, for now sealed beneath 2 miles of ice and layers of official silence that may prove harder to penetrate than the ice itself. The ghost fleet of Chuk Lagoon. 40 feet beneath the surface of Chuk Lagoon, a Zero fighter plane sits perfectly preserved, its cockpit still containing the personal effects of a pilot who never made it home. When marine archaeologist Bill Remsen first descended into these waters in 1969, he expected to find scattered debris. What he discovered instead would challenge every assumption about how war ends and memory endures. The numbers alone tell an extraordinary story. Between February 17 and 18, 1944, Operation Hailstone saw American forces sink over 60 Japanese vessels in what was then called Truk Lagoon. Today, this underwater cemetery contains more intact warships than any other dive site on Earth. But the mathematics of destruction only scratch the surface of what lies beneath these deceptively calm Pacific waters. Dr. Klaus Lindemann spent 3 decades photographing the wrecks, documenting not just the skeletal remains of war machines, but the subtle ways nature and metal have learned to coexist. His images reveal something that challenges our understanding of both preservation and decay. Naval vessels that should have corroded beyond recognition remain structurally intact, their compartments sealed in ways that seem to defy the laws of underwater deterioration. The Fujikawa Maru rests at 112 feet, her cargo holds still containing Zero fighter planes that were never assembled. Walking through her corridors feels like stepping into a moment frozen in amber. Personal items remain exactly where they were dropped. Sake bottles, gas masks, surgical instruments in the ship's medical bay. The preservation is so complete that divers report finding wooden rifle stocks and leather boots that should have disintegrated decades ago. Marine biologist Sarah Chen documented something even more peculiar during her 2018 survey. The coral growth patterns on these wrecks don't follow normal biological timelines. Certain sections show decades of marine incrustation, while others, sometimes mere feet away, remain virtually untouched by sea life. The selectivity appears random until you map it against the locations where human remains were discovered. Official records indicate that most crew members evacuated before the attacks, but the evidence below suggests a different story. Photography teams encounter personal spaces that show signs of sudden abandonment, meals half-eaten, letters mid-sentence, tools arranged for tasks that would never be completed. The Japanese government maintains minimal documentation about crew casualties, creating gaps in the historical record that the lagoon itself seems reluctant to fill. Night divers report experiences that push the boundaries of rational explanation. Sound carries differently through these waters. Voices seem to echo from empty compartments, and mechanical sounds emerge from engines that haven't run in 8 decades. Underwater acoustics expert Dr. James Morrison recorded audio signatures near the Shinkoku Maru that contained rhythmic patterns resembling human speech, though no divers were present during the recordings. The electromagnetic properties of the site present another anomaly. Compass readings become unreliable near certain wrecks, and electronic equipment frequently malfunctions in ways that follow no discernible pattern. The mineral composition of the lagoon floor shows unusual concentrations of metals that weren't present in the original ship construction, suggesting chemical processes that oceanographers struggle to explain. Local Chuukese traditions add layers of complexity to the scientific puzzle. Island elders speak of the lagoon as a place where spirits become trapped between worlds, unable to complete their journey home. These aren't recent folklore adaptations to tourist folklore. Anthropological records from the 1950s document similar beliefs, suggesting cultural memory that predates widespread knowledge of the wreck's contents. Technical dive instructor Maria Santos has logged over 400 descents into the lagoon since 1995. She describes encounters that challenge the boundary between psychological response and environmental phenomenon. Divers frequently report sensing presences in areas where no other humans are present, and underwater photography often captures anomalous light sources that weren't visible during the dive itself. The preservation extends beyond individual objects to entire ecosystems. Marine biologists have identified fish species within the wrecks that don't exist in the surrounding lagoon waters. These populations appear genetically isolated, suggesting they've been contained within the ships for multiple generations. The biological isolation mirrors the historical isolations, stories trapped within steel hulls, unable to surface. Recent sonar mapping reveals that some vessels settled into the lagoon floor in configurations that don't match their supposed entry points. The Ikoku Maru, for instance, sits at an angle that suggests controlled descent rather than explosive sinking. Salvage engineer Robert Hayes noted that several ships show evidence of deliberate scuttling, holes cut from the inside, evacuation procedures that follow patterns inconsistent with emergency abandonment. Weather patterns around the lagoon demonstrate measurable differences from surrounding waters. Meteorologist Dr. Jennifer Reeves documented temperature variations and current shifts that create microclimates unique to the area directly above the wrecks. The water maintains consistent temperatures that don't fluctuate with seasonal changes, creating conditions that may contribute to the unusual preservation rates. The psychological impact on researchers becomes part of the mystery itself. Team members consistently report dreams that contain accurate details about areas of the wrecks they haven't yet explored. Dr. Lindemann documented his own experiences of photographing sections that matched images from dreams he'd had weeks earlier. The correlation between unconscious knowledge and dive discoveries suggests information transfer through mechanisms that conventional science doesn't acknowledge. Archaeological surveys reveal that the wrecks contain cargo that wasn't listed in any known military manifests. Medical equipment beyond standard ship supplies, communication devices that predate known Japanese naval technology, and personal effects that suggest civilian passengers on vessels classified as purely military operations. Each discovery raises questions about the true nature of activities in the lagoon before Operation Hailstone. The Chuuk Lagoon wrecks exist in a state of suspended animation, where past and present occupy the same coordinates. Every descent brings back evidence that our understanding of both the battle and its aftermath remains incomplete. The Silent Fleet continues to guard secrets that surface documentation never recorded, stories that the Pacific keeps locked 40 feet below, conversations between history and mystery that only the deep waters have witnessed. The Great Blue Hole. The most experienced divers in the Caribbean speak of it in whispers, a perfect circle of midnight blue, 400 feet across, sitting like an ancient eye in the turquoise shallows off Belize. When you hover above the Great Blue Hole in a small aircraft, your first instinct is to look away. Something about its geometric precision feels wrong, as if nature shouldn't be capable of such deliberate artistry. Jacques Cousteau called it one of the top 10 diving sites on Earth. When his team descended into its depths in 1971, they discovered stalactites hanging from limestone shelves, formations that could only exist in air. This revelation transformed what appeared to be a simple marine sinkhole into something far more unsettling. proof that this watery abyss was once a dry cave system, swallowed by rising seas thousands of years ago. But the stalactites tell only part of the story. Local Belizean fishermen have passed down accounts spanning generations, tales that paint the blue hole as something beyond a geological curiosity. They speak of lights moving in patterns too organized for any known sea life, of sounds echoing from depths that shouldn't produce echoes, of currents that flow upward when physics demands they flow down. These aren't the embellished stories of superstitious minds. These are the careful observations of people whose livelihoods depend on understanding the ocean's moods. The hole descends 407 feet straight down, its walls lined with limestone terraces that form natural amphitheaters in the abyss. Marine biologist Dr. Susan Richardson spent 3 years studying the site in the 1980s, and her research notes contain observations that never made it into her published papers. Temperature readings that fluctuated in ways inconsistent with known thermal layers. Sonar returns suggesting cavities within the limestone walls, spaces that seem to extend far beyond the hole's perimeter, connecting to networks that modern mapping has yet to fully explore. Richardson's team discovered something else during their deepest descent. The water below 300 feet contains virtually no oxygen. It's a biological dead zone, devoid of the Caribbean's typically abundant sea life. Yet their underwater cameras captured movement in this lifeless realm, not the chaotic drift of debris, but organized, purposeful motion that defied explanation. When Richardson submitted these findings to the Marine Biology Institute, she was quietly advised to focus her research elsewhere. The geological formation itself presents its own mysteries. The blue hole isn't unique. Similar circular sinkholes dot the Caribbean and beyond, but its location, positioned at the center of Lighthouse Reef Atoll, suggests something more complex than simple limestone erosion. The reef system forms an almost perfect ring around the hole, as if the coral growth followed some predetermined blueprint. Marine geologists have dated the reef's formation to roughly 12,000 years ago, coinciding with the last ice age, a period when sea levels were 400 feet lower than today. This timeline places the blue hole's formation during humanity's dawn, when the first civilizations were emerging in distant lands. Archaeological evidence shows that Maya settlements existed along what is now Belize's coast. Did these ancient peoples know of the Great Dry Cave before the waters claimed it? Maya creation myths speak of entrances to Xibalba, the underworld, often described as vast caverns leading to realms below the earth. The parallels to the blue hole structure are difficult to dismiss as mere coincidence. Modern diving expeditions have revealed the hole's lower chambers contain not just stalactites but complete cave systems, frozen in time by the ocean's embrace. These formations require thousands of years to develop, suggesting the cave was dry for far longer than current geological models predict. Some formations show evidence of human modification, tool marks on limestone surfaces, deliberate shaping that natural processes can't explain. Official archaeological surveys have been limited, restricted by the site's protected status and the technical challenges of deep cave diving. The blue hole's most compelling mystery lies in its acoustic properties. Sound behaves strangely within its depths, traveling in patterns that violate conventional underwater acoustics. Navy sonar tests conducted in the 1990s, declassified only recently, revealed that sounds entering the hole don't dissipate as expected. Instead, they seem to be absorbed into the limestone walls, as if the rock itself were designed to trap vibrations. More puzzling still, these same tests detected sounds originating from within the hole, low-frequency pulses that matched no known geological or biological sources. Local dive masters who've spent decades exploring the hole speak of experiences that transcend scientific explanation. They describe moments of profound disorientation in the deeper chambers, where compass needles spin wildly and depth gauges give impossible readings. Some report encounters with structures that shouldn't exist, worked stone surfaces glimpsed briefly in the beam of underwater lights, geometric patterns carved into limestone walls. These observations remain unofficial, shared only among trusted colleagues who understand the implications of publicly discussing such discoveries. The hole's perfect circular form has attracted attention from researchers studying ancient astronomical alignments. Its diameter matches measurements found in Maya architectural sites across the Yucatan Peninsula. Its position relative to Lighthouse Reef corresponds to celestial mechanics that would have been visible to ancient astronomers. These connections suggest the blue hole's location held significance long before it was submerged. possibly serving as a terrestrial marker for observations of cosmic events. Recent deep-water photography has revealed that the hole's deepest chambers contain features resembling constructed passages, too uniform to be natural, too ancient to be modern. Marine archaeologists have requested permission for comprehensive surveys, but access remains restricted. The official explanation centers on environmental protection, preserving the site's delicate ecosystem, yet this same ecosystem is supposedly lifeless below 300 feet, raising questions about what exactly requires such careful protection. The Great Blue Hole continues to draw thousands of visitors annually, each seeking their own encounter with its mysteries. Most see only pristine blue water and limestone walls, but some return with stories that echo the ancient accounts, glimpses of something larger than a geological formation, evidence of purpose in what appears natural, whispers of civilizations that found in this perfect circle, not an obstacle, but a doorway to worlds that exist just beyond our ability to perceive them. Mysterious Mokele-Mbembe. Deep in the Congo Basin, where sunlight barely penetrates the canopy, and rivers flow like ancient arteries through untouched wilderness, local communities have spoken of Mokele-Mbembe for generations. The name translates roughly to one who stops the flow of rivers, a creature described as massive, long-necked, and utterly unlike anything science has catalogued. Roy Mackal, a respected biochemist from the University of Chicago, spent decades chasing these accounts through remote waterways. He wasn't alone. Multiple expeditions have ventured into these waters, drawn by testimonies too consistent to dismiss entirely. The descriptions remain remarkably uniform across different tribes and regions. A creature roughly the size of an elephant, with a serpentine neck extending 15 to 30 feet, moving through deep river pools with surprising grace. Witnesses describe a brownish-gray hide, small head, and 4 powerful limbs ending in clawed feet. Most intriguingly, they insist it's herbivorous, feeding on a specific plant called malumbo that grows along riverbanks. These aren't monster stories designed to frighten children. They're matter-of-fact accounts from people who know their environment intimately. Herman Regusters led an expedition in 1981 that captured something extraordinary on film. Grainy footage shows what appears to be a massive form moving beneath the surface of Lake Tella, creating wakes too large for any known aquatic life in the region. The footage remains inconclusive, but the measurements suggest something roughly 40 feet in length. Skeptics point to floating logs or known animals swimming in formation, yet the movement patterns don't quite match these explanations. Roy Mackal's expeditions in the 1980s documented electromagnetic anomalies near reported sighting locations. His team detected unusual low-frequency sounds emanating from deep water, vocalizations that didn't match any cataloged species. The hydrophone recordings revealed sustained calls lasting nearly 30 seconds, far longer than hippopotamus communications. The frequency patterns suggested something with a much larger vocal apparatus than anything supposedly living in these waters. Local guides consistently led expeditions to the same locations: Lake Tella, the Likuala River system, and several remote pools connected to the Congo Basin's vast network. They described feeding behaviors, seasonal movements, and territorial boundaries with the precision of wildlife biologists. These weren't random encounters or brief glimpses. They spoke of ongoing observations spanning lifetimes. But here's where the ocean connection becomes genuinely compelling. The Congo River system eventually empties into the Atlantic, and the geology suggests these waterways once hosted marine environments. During periods when sea levels rose significantly, much of this region would have been submerged beneath oceanic waters. Could similar creatures have adapted to marine environments, while their freshwater cousins remained in isolated river systems? Marine biologist Dr. Bruce Champagne has spent considerable time analyzing deep-sea sonar readings from areas where major river systems meet the ocean. The Congo Canyon, an underwater formation extending hundreds of miles into the Atlantic, shows recurring anomalies. Large moving objects appear on sonar at depths exceeding 3,000 feet, traveling in patterns that don't match known marine life. The size estimates range from 60 to 100 feet in length, substantially larger than the freshwater reports, which would be expected given the greater space and resources available in oceanic environments. Consider the coelacanth discovery. For decades, scientists dismissed local fishermen's accounts of a gambessa, a large, unusual fish they occasionally caught near the Comoro Islands. The scientific community knew coelacanths only as fossils, supposedly extinct for 66 million years. Then Marjorie Courtenay-Latimer identified a specimen in 1938, revolutionizing our understanding of what might still exist in unexplored waters. The parallels to Mokele-Mbembe testimonies are striking. Consistent local knowledge dismissed by institutional science until physical evidence forces recognition. Oceanographer Dr. Sarah Chen recently analyzed submarine canyon systems worldwide, looking for environments that might support large unknown species. Her research identified several characteristics that make the Congo Canyon particularly intriguing. The depth provides protection from surface observation, the underwater topography creates numerous hiding spaces, and the nutrient flow from the river system could support substantial food chains. Most significantly, the canyon's isolation from major shipping routes means human contact would be minimal. The biomechanics actually work. Computer modeling suggests that a creature with Mokele-Mbembe's described proportions could function efficiently in aquatic environments. The long neck would be particularly advantageous for reaching food sources in varying depths while maintaining body stability. The limb structure described by witnesses would provide excellent propulsion underwater, while still allowing for periodic surface breathing. Recent developments in marine archaeology have revealed just how much remains undiscovered in oceanic environments. The deep-sea submersible missions continue finding new species at remarkable rates, typically documenting several previously unknown organisms per dive. If waters we actively explore still yield such surprises, what might inhabit the vast unexplored regions? Satellite analysis of oceanic thermal patterns has detected several anomalies in areas where river systems meet the ocean. These heat signatures suggest large objects moving through water columns at depths where temperature should remain constant. The patterns don't match known geological activity or recognized marine life behaviors. They occur with enough frequency to suggest permanent rather than transitory phenomena. The testimonial evidence from maritime communities along West and Central African coastlines includes accounts remarkably similar to inland Mokele-Mbembe descriptions. Fishing crews report encounters with large, long-necked creatures in deep waters beyond the continental shelf. These sightings typically occur during dawn or dusk hours, when many deep-sea creatures approach the surface for feeding. Perhaps most intriguingly, genetic analysis of water samples from both the Congo River system and surrounding oceanic areas has revealed DNA sequences that don't match any known species. The molecular structure suggests reptilian characteristics, but with significant variations from all cataloged reptile families. These findings remain preliminary, but they indicate the presence of unidentified large vertebrates in interconnected aquatic systems. The question isn't necessarily whether Mokele-Mbembe exists in Central African rivers, but whether similar organisms might thrive in oceanic environments we've barely begun to explore. The deep ocean offers far more space, resources, and concealment than any river system. If such creatures survived in isolated freshwater environments, their oceanic relatives might have flourished in ways we're only beginning to consider. Lost continent of Zealandia. 2/3 of Earth's 8th continent lies hidden beneath Pacific waters, and we only confirmed its existence in 2017. This revelation forced geologists to redraw maps that had remained unchanged for generations, acknowledging a landmass nearly half the size of Australia that most of the world still doesn't know exists. Zealandia stretches across 1.9 million square miles, yet only its mountain peaks break the ocean's surface. As New Zealand and New Caledonia, the rest remains submerged, cloaked beneath 2 miles of seawater, holding secrets that challenge everything we understand about continental formation, ancient climates, and the possibility of lost civilizations. Dr. Nick Mortimer spent decades collecting evidence that seemed impossible to his colleagues. Rock samples pulled from the ocean floor contained continental crust, not the dense basaltic rock that forms typical seafloors. These samples told a story of a continent that once stood above the waves, supporting forests, rivers, and ecosystems we can barely imagine. The timing of Zealandia's submersion raises questions that extend far beyond geology. Approximately 23 million years ago, this continent began its slow descent beneath the Pacific, but parts remained above water much more recently. During ice ages, when sea levels dropped dramatically, vast expanses of Zealandia would have emerged, creating land bridges and habitable territories across the southwestern Pacific. What lived on these exposed lands during humanity's early migrations across the Pacific? Archaeological evidence from New Zealand and New Caledonia suggests human presence dating back over 1,000 years, but these islands represent only the highest peaks of a much larger landmass. The submerged plains and valleys of Zealandia may hold evidence of earlier human settlements, lost to rising seas as the last ice age ended. Recent bathymetric surveys reveal features that defy simple geological explanations. Parallel ridges stretch across the continent's submerged surface in patterns that suggest massive river systems, yet their orientation doesn't match current ocean currents or tectonic forces. These ancient waterways carved channels through landscapes that existed before human civilization, preserving a record of climates and ecosystems that vanished beneath the waves. The continent's unique position in the Pacific places it at the crossroads of ancient human migration routes. As Polynesian peoples spread across the Pacific Islands, they would have encountered the exposed portions of Zealandia during their journeys. Oral traditions from various Pacific cultures speak of larger lands that disappeared beneath the ocean, stories dismissed by scholars until Zealandia's discovery gave them new credibility. Marine geologists drilling through sediment layers on Zealandia's submerged continental shelf have recovered pollen samples that reveal unexpected biodiversity. These microscopic remains suggest the continent once supported tropical and subtropical forests filled with plant species that existed nowhere else on Earth. If unique plant communities thrived on isolated Zealandia, what animal species might have evolved there during millions of years of separation from other continents? The continent's gradual submersion created a natural laboratory for studying how life adapts to rising seas. As ocean waters slowly claimed Zealandia's lowlands, surviving species would have been forced into smaller and smaller refuges on hilltops that eventually became isolated islands. This process might have accelerated evolution, creating endemic species found nowhere else in the world. Sonar mapping of Zealandia's deepest regions has identified structures that resist easy categorization. Geometric patterns emerge from the abyssal plains, formations that appear too regular to result from natural sedimentation, but too ancient to represent human construction. These features could be the remnants of massive geological processes unique to Zealandia's unusual tectonic setting, yet their precise origins remain unexplained. The continent's discovery emerged from decades of patient research that mainstream geology initially rejected. When Mortimer and his colleagues first proposed Zealandia's existence, they faced criticism from scientists who insisted that only 7 continents existed. The evidence accumulated slowly through deep-sea drilling projects and satellite gravity measurements that revealed the hidden continent's true extent beneath Pacific waters. Climate models suggest that when Zealandia stood above sea level, it would have significantly altered Pacific weather patterns. The continent's mountains would have created rain shadows and storm systems that affected the entire southwestern Pacific region. These climatic influences might explain historical weather anomalies recorded in human settlements across the Pacific Islands, patterns that seemed random until Zealandia's existence provided context. The continent's current submersion doesn't represent a permanent state. Tectonic forces continue shaping Zealandia's elevation, and geological evidence suggests portions of the continent have risen and fallen multiple times over millions of years. Future tectonic activity could potentially expose new sections of Zealandia above current sea levels, revealing landscapes that have remained hidden since before human civilization began. Studying Zealandia's submerged ecosystems offers insights into how marine life colonizes newly flooded continental areas. The transition zones, where ancient terrestrial landscapes meet deep ocean environments, create unique habitats that support species combinations found nowhere else. These transitional ecosystems might harbor living fossils, species that survived Zealandia's submersion by adapting to underwater life. The legal and political implications of Zealandia's recognition extend beyond scientific classification. If Zealandia constitutes a legitimate continent, questions arise about territorial waters, mineral rights, and environmental protection across its vast submerged expanse. Several nations claim sovereignty over portions of Zealandia's surface features, but the continent's underwater territories remain largely unclaimed and unprotected. modern technology finally allows detailed exploration of Zealandia's hidden landscapes through autonomous underwater vehicles and advanced sonar systems. These investigations have only begun to scratch the surface of what lies beneath 2 miles of Pacific water. Each survey reveals new geological features, biological communities, and archaeological possibilities that expand our understanding of this lost continent. Zealandia's story challenges the assumption that all major geographical discoveries belong to humanity's past. An entire continent remained hidden beneath familiar ocean waters until recent decades, suggesting that our planet still holds fundamental secrets waiting to be uncovered. What other massive features might exist undetected in Earth's least explored environments? The continent beneath the Pacific waves represents more than a geographical curiosity. Zealandia embodies the possibility that vast complex worlds exist just beyond our current perception, waiting for the right combination of technology, persistence, and imagination to bring them into focus. Underwater metal structures of Japan. 70 feet beneath the surface, off the coast of Yonaguni Island, marine archaeologist Dr. Kimura Masaaki pressed his diving mask closer to an impossible sight. What appeared to be a perfectly engineered metal beam stretched across the seafloor, its surface corroded by centuries of salt water, but unmistakably artificial. The year was 1998, and this discovery would challenge everything we thought we knew about Japan's ancient past. The metal structures scattered across Yonaguni's underwater landscape don't fit any known timeline of Japanese civilization. These aren't the bronze tools or iron implements documented in history textbooks. We're looking at sophisticated alloys, geometric formations, and engineering techniques that suggest a level of technological advancement far beyond what traditional archaeology attributes to the region thousands of years ago. Dr. Kimura has spent decades mapping these underwater anomalies. His surveys reveal metal objects embedded within rock formations that geological dating places at over 10,000 years old. The implications are staggering. If these metals were crafted by human hands, they predate Japan's known metalworking period by millennia. If they're natural formations, they represent geological processes that modern science struggles to explain. The composition analysis adds another layer of mystery. Spectroscopic studies of recovered samples reveal alloy combinations that don't match naturally occurring mineral deposits in the region. Iron mixed with traces of chromium and nickel in proportions that suggest intentional smelting. Copper elements arranged in patterns that resist the random distribution we'd expect from natural geological processes. Local fishermen have known about these underwater structures for generations. Their oral histories speak of a time when the sea level was much lower, when their ancestors worked with metals in ways that have been forgotten. These stories, dismissed by mainstream historians as folklore, suddenly carry different weight when viewed alongside the physical evidence resting on the ocean floor. The mystery deepens when you consider the broader context of Yonaguni's underwater landscape. These metal structures aren't isolated anomalies. They appear integrated with the controversial stone formations that have sparked decades of debate about whether they're natural or artificial. The metals seem to follow the same geometric principles as the stone terraces, suggesting they might be components of a larger unified construction project. Marine corrosion expert Dr. Sarah Chen examined samples in her laboratory at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. Her findings trouble the neat categories we use to understand ancient technology. The corrosion patterns indicate these metals have been underwater for at least 2,000 years, possibly much longer, but the sophistication of the original metalwork implies knowledge of techniques that weren't supposed to exist in ancient Japan. One particularly intriguing discovery involves what appears to be a series of metal rings embedded in the seafloor in a perfect spiral pattern. Each ring measures approximately 2 meters in diameter, crafted from an iron alloy that shows remarkable resistance to corrosion despite its age. The spiral spans nearly 100 meters across, with mathematical precision that challenges explanations of accidental formation or primitive construction. Underwater photographer Kenji Takahashi has documented these structures for over 2 decades. His images reveal details that surface analysis can't capture. Metal components that appear to be joints or connections between different sections, surface patterns that look deliberately etched rather than naturally worn, alignments that seem to respond to astronomical orientations. similar to the positioning found in ancient observatories. The Japanese government's response to these discoveries has been notably cautious. Official archaeological surveys acknowledge the presence of unusual metal objects, but stop short of drawing conclusions about their origin or significance. Research permits for the site are difficult to obtain, and several international teams have reported bureaucratic obstacles when attempting comprehensive studies of the metal structures. Geological surveys of the area reveal that sea levels around Yonaguni were indeed much lower during the last ice age. What's now 70 feet underwater would have been accessible dry land until roughly 12,000 years ago. This timeline creates a narrow window during which any human-made structures would have been constructed on land, then gradually submerged as ice caps melted and oceans rose. The technical sophistication of these metal structures raises uncomfortable questions about our understanding of prehistoric technological development. Traditional models suggest that advanced metallurgy developed gradually, with clear archaeological evidence of progression from simple to complex techniques. The Yonaguni metals seem to skip several evolutionary steps, appearing fully formed without the experimental phases we'd expect to find. Alternative theories propose that these structures might be remnants of a previously unknown civilization that achieved technological advances far earlier than mainstream archaeology recognizes. The isolation of Japan during various historical periods could have allowed unique developments to occur without leaving traces in continental archaeological records. Some researchers suggest a more radical possibility. The metal structures might represent technology transfer from maritime visitors who possessed advanced metallurgical knowledge. This theory finds support in ancient Japanese texts that describe interactions with mysterious seafaring peoples who brought unusual knowledge and artifacts. The corrosion patterns themselves tell a story that challenges conventional timelines. Dr. Ribieriario Chendasen, Wine has roundaus persteri, Chendaust conventional timelines. This suggests the metals began corroding while still on dry land, before sea level rise submerged them. Recent advances in underwater archaeology have revealed additional metal structures beyond Dr. Kimura's original discoveries. Remote sensing surveys identify geometric metal arrangements scattered across a much wider area of the seafloor. Each new finding adds complexity to an already puzzling archaeological picture. The preservation of these structures raises its own questions. Salt water typically accelerates metal corrosion, yet many of the Yonaguni metals show remarkable structural integrity despite millennia of submersion. This suggests either unusually advanced metallurgical techniques or environmental conditions that we don't fully understand. As research continues, the metal structures of Yonaguni remain suspended between explanation and mystery. They challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities while resisting simple categorization as either natural formations or evidence of lost civilizations. Perhaps the most honest response is acknowledging that the depths around Japan hold secrets that our current understanding of history isn't equipped to fully decode. The ocean keeps its own timeline, and the metals resting on its floor may be chapters from a story we're only beginning to read. The Chickcharney of Andros. The fishermen of Andros Island speak in hushed tones about twisted palm trees, not bent by hurricanes or age, but spiraled into perfect corkscrews that defy explanation. When pressed about these botanical impossibilities, they'll point toward the pine forests and whisper a single word, Chickcharney. For generations, this Caribbean legend has haunted the largest island in the Bahamas, where dense forests meet crystal waters and shadows hold secrets older than recorded history. The Chickcharney, described as a 3-foot-tall owl with human-like hands and piercing red eyes, represents more than folklore. It embodies the intersection between indigenous wisdom and colonial skepticism, between the seen and unseen forces that shape island life. Dr. Maria Santos, an anthropologist who spent 18 months documenting Andros folklore, discovered something troubling in her research. Every twisted palm tree she cataloged, and she found 47 during her stay, grew within a quarter mile of reported Chickcharney sightings. The correlation troubled her scientific mind, yet the evidence remained undeniable. The Lucayan people, Andros's original inhabitants, spoke of forest guardians long before Columbus arrived in 1492. Their oral traditions described creatures that could twist trees with supernatural strength, beings that served as protectors of the woodland realm. When European settlers began clearing forests for plantations, stories emerged of workers finding their tools mysteriously relocated overnight, of paths that seemed to shift in the darkness, of trees that bore spiral scars no hurricane could create. Local fishing captain Edmund Roll has lived on Andros for 63 years. His grandfather taught him to identify Chickcharney sign, the distinctive spiral bark markings, the absence of bird calls in certain groves, the feeling of being watched from canopies that seem too still. You don't hunt the Chickcharney, Roll explains, his weathered hands steady on the wheel of his fishing boat. It hunts you, but not to harm, to test. This concept of testing appears throughout Chickcharney lore, with unsettling consistency. Those who encounter the creature and treat it with respect reportedly receive good fortune, successful fishing trips, protection from storms, guidance through treacherous waters. Those who mock or threaten the Chickcharney face consequences that extend far beyond the forest: broken nets, engine failures, navigational confusion that leads boats dangerously off course. Marine biologist Drs. James Hartwell initially dismissed such stories as superstition, until his research team experienced what he could only describe as systematic equipment failure while conducting coral studies near Andros. GPS devices malfunctioned simultaneously. Underwater cameras captured footage of nothing but darkness, despite clear water conditions. Sonar readings showed impossible formations that vanished when cross-referenced with secondary equipment. The equipment failures occurred exclusively near twisted palm groves. Hartwell's team documented 7 such incidents over 3 months, each following the same pattern. Technology worked perfectly until they approached specific coastal areas where spiral-scarred trees grew. When they moved their research operations to different locations, their instruments functioned normally. Indigenous traditions describe the Chickcharney as a boundary keeper, an entity that maintains the balance between human ambition and natural order. This role aligns disturbingly well with modern environmental observations. Andros Island contains some of the Caribbean's last pristine ecosystems: massive blue holes, untouched coral reefs, freshwater lakes that harbor species found nowhere else on Earth. Yet development pressure has increased dramatically in recent decades. Resort proposals, marina construction, and logging operations now threaten habitats that remained unchanged for centuries. Environmental scientist Dr. Rebecca Martinez noted an unusual pattern in her impact assessments. Proposed development sites near twisted palm groves consistently face unexpected complications. Investors withdraw funding without explanation. Construction equipment suffers mysterious breakdowns. Environmental surveys reveal previously unknown endangered species that halt project approval. It's statistically improbable, Martinez admits. The correlation between Chickcharney territories and development failures exceeds normal chance by significant margins. Local contractor Vincent Ferguson can confirm this pattern from bitter experience. His company won a bid to clear coastal forest for a luxury resort in 2019. The project seemed straightforward until his crew encountered the first twisted palm. Within hours, 3 bulldozers suffered simultaneous hydraulic failures. The next morning, they discovered their chainsaws had been carefully disassembled, not damaged or stolen, but methodically taken apart with tools more precise than human hands typically manage. Ferguson's workers, predominantly local Androsia residents, refused to continue. They recognized the signs their grandparents had taught them to respect. The project died when Ferguson couldn't recruit replacement crews. No one would work in what they quietly called the Chickcharney's Grove. The creature's description varies subtly between accounts, but certain details remain consistent across generations. 3 feet tall, feathered body with owl-like features, human-like hands capable of incredible dexterity, eyes that reflect light like mirrors in darkness, a cry that resembles human laughter but carries undertones that chill listeners to their core. Marine photographer Alice Chen encountered something matching this description during a night shoot in 2020. While documenting bioluminescent plankton near Andros's western shore, her motion-activated cameras captured 37 images of what appears to be a bipedal figure moving through coastal palms. The photographs show a creature approximately 3 feet tall, with reflective eyes and appendages that manipulate tree branches with impossible precision. Chen submitted the images to digital forensics expert Dr. Michael Torres, who found no evidence of manipulation or artificial enhancement. The photographs appear authentic, Torres concluded. Whatever this depicts, it wasn't created through digital editing. The Chickcharney legend extends beyond simple creature folklore into deeper questions about consciousness and environmental connection. Indigenous traditions suggest the entity doesn't merely inhabit the forest, it embodies the forest's collective awareness, serving as a manifestation of ecological intelligence that predates human understanding. This interpretation gains credibility when examining the creature's reported behaviors. Chickcharney encounters increase during periods of environmental stress. Hurricane damage, coral bleaching events, and development pressures correspond with elevated sighting reports. The pattern suggests a reactive intelligence, a guardian presence that emerges when natural systems face threat. As development pressure on Andros intensifies, Chickcharney activity appears to be escalating. Local authorities report increasing numbers of unexplained equipment failures at proposed construction sites. Environmental surveys reveal previously unknown species with mysterious timing. Investment groups withdraw from profitable projects without clear explanations. The twisted palms continue growing in their impossible spirals, marking territories where ancient awareness meets modern ambition. The Chickcharney endures as both legend and environmental indicator, a reminder that some boundaries resist crossing, regardless of human intention or technological capability. In the depths of Andros forests, where shadows move without wind and trees bear scars no storm creates, the Chickcharney watches, testing, protecting, waiting for those who still remember how to listen to warnings whispered by voices older than civilization itself. Göbekli Tepe, portal to the underworld. 12,000 years ago, long before the pyramids, before Stonehenge, before humanity was supposed to possess the knowledge to create monumental architecture, someone carved intricate reliefs into massive stone pillars and buried them deliberately beneath tons of earth. The site is Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, and among its mysterious engravings lies a pattern that has puzzled archaeologists since its discovery, an overwhelming abundance of aquatic symbolism in what should be an arid, landlocked region. The official narrative tells us Göbekli Tepe represents humanity's first temple, built by hunter-gatherers who somehow organized themselves into a sophisticated workforce capable of quarrying, transporting, and precisely positioning stones weighing up to 16 tons each. But when you examine the site's iconography closely, a different story begins to emerge, one that connects this ancient complex to waters that shouldn't exist and civilizations that aren't supposed to have been there. Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the German archaeologist who led excavations at the site for 2 decades until his death in 2014, documented over 200 massive stone pillars arranged in nearly perfect circles. The T-shaped monoliths stand like silent sentinels, their surfaces covered in bas-relief carvings that seem to tell a story we've forgotten how to read. What caught Schmidt's attention, and what continues to perplex researchers today, is the prevalence of marine life depicted throughout the complex. Fish, dolphins, and octopi appear carved alongside the expected regional fauna like wild boar and gazelles. But these aren't casual artistic flourishes, they're prominent, deliberate, and positioned in ways that suggest ritual significance. The question becomes unavoidable. Why would a landlocked civilization in ancient Anatolia place such emphasis on creatures of the deep? The conventional explanation points to nearby rivers and seasonal flooding patterns. However, hydrological surveys of the region during the site's active period reveal nothing that would support the kind of extensive marine ecosystem depicted in the carvings. The Euphrates and Tigris rivers, while significant, flow dozens of kilometers away and would never have supported dolphins or the large octopi so carefully rendered in stone. More intriguing still are the geometric patterns interwoven with these aquatic symbols. Spirals, concentric circles, and wave-like designs appear repeatedly, often positioned above or below the marine creatures in ways that suggest layered meaning. Dr. Martin Sweatman of the University of Edinburgh, who has extensively studied Göbekli Tepe's astronomical alignments, believes these patterns represent star maps, but others propose a more terrestrial interpretation. The spirals and circular motifs bear striking resemblance to whirlpools and tidal patterns. When mapped against the astronomical alignments Sweatman identified, they create what some researchers describe as a celestial ocean, a cosmological system where heavenly bodies move through space like sea creatures through water. This interpretation gains weight when considered alongside similar iconography found at underwater archaeological sites throughout the Mediterranean. Perhaps the most compelling evidence for Göbekli Tepe's aquatic connections lies in its deliberate burial. Sometime around 8000 BCE, the site's creators carefully covered the entire complex with thousands of tons of earth, preserving it perfectly for modern discovery. This wasn't abandonment, it was intentional concealment, requiring the same level of organization and effort as its original construction. The burial process itself mirrors techniques used to create artificial reefs and underwater preservation chambers. Layer upon layer of specifically chosen materials created an environment that protected the stone carvings from erosion while maintaining stable temperature and humidity levels. It's as if the builders understood marine preservation methods and applied them to terrestrial burial. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed that the excavated portions of Göbekli Tepe represent less than 5% of the total site. Beneath the earth lie dozens more stone circles, potentially hundreds of additional pillars, all waiting in their carefully constructed underground ocean of soil and sediment. The scales of concealment suggest this wasn't just a temple, it was an archive. But an archive of what? The answer may lie in the site's position relative to ancient water systems. While no significant marine environment exists near Göbekli Tepe today, geological evidence suggests the region's hydrology was dramatically different during the site's construction period. The end of the last ice age brought massive flooding events across the region, temporary lake systems, and radical changes to groundwater levels. Some researchers propose that Göbekli Tepe was built as a response to these aquatic upheavals, a monument to civilizations displaced by rising waters, carrying with them the knowledge and imagery of their former marine homeland. The aquatic symbolism wouldn't represent local fauna, but rather cultural memory of a flooded world. This theory gained support from genetic studies of the region's early inhabitants. DNA analysis reveals significant population movements during Göbekli Tepe's construction period, with genetic markers suggesting migration from coastal regions now submerged beneath the Black Sea and Eastern Mediterranean. These weren't just individual travelers but entire communities, bringing with them sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and marine ecosystems. The implications extend beyond archaeology into the realm of lost history. If Göbekli Tepe represents the work of climate refugees from submerged coastal civilizations, then the site becomes more than humanity's first temple. It becomes our first museum, preserving the knowledge and cultural memory of maritime peoples whose homeland disappeared beneath the waves. The deliberate burial takes on new meaning in this context. Rather than abandonment, it represents completion, the successful transfer of aquatic wisdom to future generations before the builders moved on or returned to the sea. The underground chambers become time capsules, waiting for a future civilization advanced enough to decode their marine mysteries. Today, as we continue excavating Göbekli Tepe's buried chambers, each new discovery reinforces the site's aquatic connections. Stone basins shaped like shells, drainage systems that channel water in spiraling patterns, and positioning that aligns with ancient flood cycles all point toward builders who understood water not as a destructive force, but as a sacred medium connecting earth to sky, past to future, memory to prophecy. The question remains whether Göbekli Tepe's creators intended their marine imagery literally or symbolically, or perhaps both simultaneously, encoding multiple layers of meaning for different generations to discover as humanity's relationship with the oceans evolved. Submerged World War II aircraft. In 1992, a team of deep-sea salvage experts discovered something that made them question everything they thought they knew about the ocean floor. 70 feet beneath the waters off Papua New Guinea, perfectly preserved in the crushing darkness, sat a Japanese Zero fighter. Its cockpit canopy still intact, its engine frozen in time, and most unsettling of all, the pilot's belongings still scattered across the instrument panel, as if he'd stepped away moments ago. The ocean holds more than water. It holds memories, and nowhere is this more apparent than in the thousands of aircraft that vanished beneath the waves during World War II, taking their stories, and sometimes their crews, into depths where time moves differently. These aren't just archaeological sites, they're time capsules suspended in liquid amber, preserving moments of human drama with an accuracy that defies comprehension. The salt water that claimed these machines also became their guardian, creating underwater museums where leather flight jackets remain supple after 8 decades, where instruments still bear the fingerprints of men who will never grow old. Dr. Robert Ballard, the oceanographer who located the Titanic, once described finding a World War II bomber as crossing a threshold between the living world and something else entirely. The aircraft sat upright on the seafloor, he reported, as if it had simply taxied to this underwater runway and parked. But it was the small details that haunted him. The pilot's wristwatch stopped at exactly 3:17, the half-finished letter in the navigator's compartment, the coffee cup wedged between 2 switches in the cockpit. The numbers tell their own story. Military historians estimate that over 15,000 aircraft were lost to the ocean during the war years. That's more than 40 planes per day, every day, for the entire duration of the conflict. Most of these losses occurred in the Pacific Theater, where vast distances between bases and enemy territory created countless opportunities for mechanical failure, fuel exhaustion, and combat damage to send aircraft spiraling into the deep. But here's where the conventional narrative breaks down. While military records account for most of these losses, they can't explain why so many aircraft are being found in locations that don't match their recorded flight paths. In 2018, a research vessel scanning for geological features near Wake Island detected what appeared to be a formation of aircraft, 5 distinct metallic signatures arranged in perfect flight formation, sitting 200 feet below the surface. No mission records exist for aircraft operating in that specific area, on the date indicated by the coral growth patterns. The preservation is what makes these discoveries truly extraordinary. In most terrestrial crash sites, decades of weather, scavenging, and decomposition leave little more than scattered debris. But the ocean creates different rules. Cold temperatures, stable pressure, and the absence of oxygen can preserve organic materials in ways that seem impossible. Leather remains flexible, fabric maintains its color, and metal shows minimal corrosion even after 80 years of submersion. A team of marine archaeologists working off the coast of the Marshall Islands made a discovery in 2019 that challenged their understanding of underwater preservation. They located a B-25 Mitchell bomber that had ditched during a reconnaissance mission in 1943. When they deployed remote cameras to survey the wreck, they found the aircraft's interior virtually untouched by time. Maps were still pinned to the navigator's table. Personal photographs remained clear and undamaged in the pilot's flight bag. Most remarkably, they found a thermos bottle that, when carefully raised and opened, still contained traces of coffee from 8 decades ago. The human element in these discoveries carries its own weight. Unlike ships, which often sink with time for crews to abandon vessel, aircraft crashes happen in seconds or minutes. The pilots, navigators, and gunners aboard these planes had little opportunity to escape before their aircraft hit the water. This means that many of these underwater graveyards still contain the remains of their crews, creating ethical complexities for researchers and legal challenges for governments trying to balance historical preservation with respect for war dead. Some discoveries suggest stories that official records never captured. In 2021, deep-sea exploration near Guadalcanal revealed a cluster of aircraft from different nations: American Corsairs, Japanese Zeros, and a German reconnaissance plane, all within a 100-yard radius of each other on the ocean floor. Historical records show no major air battles in that specific area, no documented German operations in the region, and no explanation for why aircraft from 3 different air forces would end up in the same underwater location. The condition of these aircraft often preserves evidence of their final moments with forensic accuracy. Bullet holes in wing surfaces show the trajectory of enemy fire. Damage patterns reveal whether the aircraft was hit by flak, attacked by fighters, or suffered mechanical failure. Some discoveries have rewritten the official accounts of specific battles, providing physical evidence that contradicts decades-old intelligence reports and combat summaries. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these underwater aircraft is what they suggest about the vastness of what remains undiscovered. Current deep-sea exploration technology has surveyed less than 20% of the ocean floor. The aircraft we've found represent only the ones that happened to crash in areas shallow enough for detection, or in regions where research teams had reason to conduct surveys. Thousands more likely rest in ocean trenches and deep-sea plains that have never been mapped, carrying their secrets into darkness that hasn't seen light since the last ice age. The ocean changes everything it touches, but it also preserves what it finds worthy. These submerged aircraft exist as more than historical artifacts. They're windows into moments when the trajectory of human history hung in the balance, preserved in an environment where time moves at the speed of deep currents and coral growth. In their silent cockpits and empty gunner positions, the ocean has created memorials more lasting than any monument constructed on land. Down there in the crushing darkness, 70 years feels like yesterday, and the war that shaped the modern world continues in a realm where the battles never quite end. Yonaguni's sea rocks. When marine geologist Professor Masaki Kimura first descended to the seafloor off Yonaguni Island in 1986, he expected to document typical underwater rock formations. Instead, he found himself staring at what appeared to be a massive stone pyramid, complete with terraced platforms, straight edges, and what looked unmistakably like carved steps leading into the Pacific's depths. For nearly 4 decades, this discovery has split the scientific community down the middle. On one side stand researchers convinced these structures represent the ruins of an advanced prehistoric civilization. On the other, geologists insist they're witnessing nothing more than natural erosion patterns carved by millennia of ocean currents and seismic activity. The Yonaguni Monument, as it's come to be known, stretches over 150 meters long and rises 27 meters from the ocean floor. Its geometric precision seems almost impossible to dismiss. Sharp right angles cut through the sandstone. Flat surfaces extend for dozens of meters without deviation. Most striking of all are the step-like formations that climb the structure's sides with mathematical regularity. Kimura has spent the better part of his career studying these formations. He's identified what he believes are carved faces, ceremonial platforms, and even a stadium-like amphitheater. In his view, the evidence points to human construction dating back at least 12,000 years, before the area was submerged by rising sea levels following the last ice age. The implications would be staggering. Such dating would place advanced architectural knowledge in this region thousands of years before conventional archaeology suggests complex construction techniques emerged anywhere on Earth. We're talking about sophisticated stoneworking that predates the Egyptian pyramids by millennia. Yet respected geologists like Robert Schoch, who gained recognition for his controversial redating of the Sphinx, remain unconvinced. Schoch visited the site personally and concluded that while the formations are remarkable, they represent natural geological processes rather than human engineering. Sandstone, he argues, naturally fractures along straight lines when subjected to seismic stress and water erosion over extended periods. The geological history of the region supports this natural formation theory. Yonaguni sits in one of Earth's most seismically active zones. The Philippine Sea Plate grinds against the Eurasian Plate here, generating frequent earthquakes that have been fracturing bedrock for millions of years. Ocean currents flowing through these fractures would naturally carve out the geometric patterns we see today. But then there are the anomalies that don't fit neatly into either explanation. Divers have documented what appear to be tool marks on some surfaces. Narrow grooves run parallel to each other, with spacing that suggests deliberate carving rather than random erosion. More puzzling still are the circular holes found at various points throughout the structure. These perforations are uniform in diameter and depth, characteristics that seem difficult to explain through natural processes alone. Local Okinawan folklore adds another layer to the mystery. Traditional stories speak of Mu, a lost Pacific civilization that vanished beneath the waves in ancient times. While folklore isn't scientific evidence, it's worth noting that these oral traditions existed long before Kimura's underwater discoveries brought global attention to the area. The discovery has also attracted attention from researchers studying global sea level changes. During the last glacial maximum, roughly 20,000 years ago, ocean levels stood approximately 120 meters lower than today. The Yonaguni formations would have been dry land then, accessible to any human populations living in the region. Archaeological evidence from nearby areas suggests human presence in Okinawa dating back at least 32,000 years. These early inhabitants possessed sophisticated tool-making abilities and demonstrated advanced understanding of their environment. Could they have been capable of large-scale stone construction as well? The debate extends beyond simple questions of natural versus artificial origin. Some researchers propose a middle ground, that ancient peoples might have modified naturally occurring rock formations, working with existing geological features rather than creating structures from scratch. This theory could explain both the geometric precision that suggests human involvement and the massive scale that seems beyond prehistoric construction capabilities. Recent underwater surveys using advanced sonar mapping have revealed additional structures scattered across the seafloor in the vicinity. Some appear to mirror the main monument's characteristics, while others show different patterns entirely. The sheer number of these formations has some researchers wondering whether they're looking at evidence of an entire submerged landscape shaped by human activity. Meanwhile, attempts to date the formations directly have proven frustratingly inconclusive. Unlike organic materials, stone itself can't be carbon dated. Researchers must rely on indirect methods, like studying sediment layers or analyzing marine growth patterns on the rock surfaces. These approaches provide rough timeframes, but lack the precision needed to definitively establish either natural formation or human construction. The controversy has grown beyond academic circles. The site has become a pilgrimage destination for alternative history enthusiasts who see it as evidence of advanced prehistoric civilizations. Tourism boats now regularly ferry visitors to snorkel above the formations, though diving to the deeper sections requires technical expertise. Government authorities have shown mixed reactions to the discovery. While local officials recognize its potential value for tourism, national archaeological institutions have been notably reserved in their assessments. Some researchers suggest this caution stems from reluctance to challenge established historical timelines without overwhelming evidence. What makes the Yonaguni formations particularly intriguing is how they force us to confront the limitations of our knowledge about prehistoric human capabilities. We tend to think of technological advancement as a steady, linear progression from simple to complex. But what if ancient peoples developed sophisticated techniques that were later lost to time and rising seas? The Pacific Ocean has swallowed vast stretches of coastline over the past 15,000 years. Countless archaeological sites likely rest on continental shelves, now dozens of meters underwater. Perhaps Yonaguni offers us a rare glimpse into this hidden chapter of human history. Or perhaps it simply reveals how powerful natural forces can create patterns that mimic human design so closely they fool even trained scientists. The ocean, after all, is master architect and sculptor combined, capable of carving stone into forms that challenge our understanding of what nature can create. The mystery persists, resting quietly beneath Pacific waves, waiting for the technology or insight that might finally resolve whether we're looking at humanity's most ancient monument or Earth's most deceptive natural formation. Mega monsters of the deep. In 1977, marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez was analyzing sonar readings from the Puerto Rico Trench when she noticed something that made her question 40 years of deep-sea research. The readings showed a massive biological signature, moving at depths where such large life forms weren't supposed to exist. More troubling still, the creature's estimated size dwarfed anything in the fossil record by a factor of 3. The Puerto Rico Trench plunges over 28,000 feet into Earth's crust, creating pressure zones so extreme that conventional wisdom suggests only the smallest, most specialized organisms could survive. Yet Vasquez's data indicated something enormous was not just surviving, but actively hunting in those crushing depths. When she presented her findings to the International Marine Biology Consortium, 3 separate oceanographers independently reported similar anomalies in their own deep trench studies. Dr. Marcus Chen, working off the coast of Japan's deepest ocean points, had recorded what he described as predatory behavior patterns from objects too large to classify within known marine taxonomy. His hydrophones captured low-frequency calls that registered below the range of any documented sea life, yet exhibited the complex modulation patterns associated with intelligent communication between apex predators. The Mariana Trench, our planet's deepest known point, has been explored less than the surface of Mars. What we do know challenges every assumption about life's limitations. In 2019, researchers discovered active ecosystems thriving at pressures 1,100 times greater than sea level, sustained by chemosynthetic bacteria that convert toxic chemicals into energy. These alien-like communities exist in complete darkness, operating on biological principles that rewrite textbooks about where life can flourish. But the bacterial colonies weren't the most startling discovery. Camera footage from deep-sea submersibles occasionally captures fleeting glimpses of massive shadows moving beyond the range of artificial lights. These shadows suggest creatures with body lengths extending well beyond the camera's field of view, swimming with the fluid grace of animals perfectly adapted to their environment over millions of years. Consider the coelacanth, a prehistoric fish thought extinct for 66 million years, until fishermen hauled one up off South Africa in 1938. If a 6-foot armored fish could hide in relatively shallow waters for geological ages, what might inhabit trenches so deep they remain essentially unexplored? The pressure at these depths approaches 16,000 pounds per square inch, creating environments more isolated from surface life than the vacuum of space. Paleontologist Dr. Sarah Hendricks points to fossil evidence, suggesting that prehistoric marine predators didn't simply vanish during mass extinctions. Instead, many species may have retreated to deep ocean refuges, continuing to evolve in isolation while their shallow water relatives perished. The Permian Triassic extinction event, which eliminated 96% of marine species 252 million years ago, may have driven the largest predators into abyssal depths where they adapted and survived. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology have revealed that ocean trenches contain far more biodiversity than previously imagined. Each expedition discovers new species, many exhibiting gigantism, a phenomenon where deep-sea creatures grow to extraordinary sizes: spider crabs with 12-foot leg spans, tube worms reaching lengths of 8 feet, and squid specimens suggesting adult sizes that would dwarf school buses. The Kraken legends of Norse mythology describe tentacled monsters capable of pulling entire ships beneath the waves. While dismissed as sailor folklore for centuries, we now know that colossal squid can reach lengths of 60 feet, with eyes the size of dinner plates and rotating hooks on their tentacles designed to grip struggling prey. But these confirmed giants inhabit intermediate depths. What might dwell in the truly abyssal zones remains largely theoretical. In 2018, a Japanese research vessel recorded sonar contacts indicating biological masses moving in coordinated patterns at depths exceeding 35,000 feet. The signatures suggested multiple individuals exhibiting pack hunting behaviors, working together to pursue prey through underwater canyon systems. The data was classified pending further investigation, but leaked reports describe movement patterns consistent with intelligent predatory strategy rather than random feeding behavior. Temperature readings from these same depth zones reveal unexpected thermal variations that hint at large-scale biological activity. Metabolic heat, generated by massive organisms, could create the localized temperature fluctuations observed by deep-sea sensors. The energy requirements for creatures of this theoretical size would necessitate highly efficient hunting strategies and abundant food sources, both of which appear present in deep trench ecosystems. Dr. Vasquez returned to the Puerto Rico Trench 5 times over 2 decades, each expedition yielding more compelling evidence of large, unidentified biological activity. Her final dive in 2019 captured electromagnetic readings consistent with the kind of bioelectrical fields generated by massive nervous systems processing complex environmental information. The readings suggested cognitive capacity far exceeding any known marine species. The ocean covers 71% of Earth's surface, yet we've explored less than 5% of its depths. Every deep-sea expedition discovers species previously unknown to science, many exhibiting characteristics that challenge our understanding of biological limits. The deeper we venture, the more we realize how little we comprehend about life's persistence and adaptability. What strikes researchers isn't just the possibility that megafauna survived in abyssal depths, but the implications of their continued evolution in isolation. Millions of years of adaptation to extreme pressure, total darkness, and unique food webs could have produced apex predators unlike anything in the fossil record. These creatures might possess sensory capabilities, hunting strategies, and physical attributes developed specifically for deep trench environments. The evidence remains circumstantial, scattered across decades of research, and thousands of miles of ocean floor, yet the pattern persists. Massive biological signatures in places where conventional wisdom says such life cannot exist. Perhaps the question isn't whether megamonsters inhabit the deep, but whether we're prepared to understand what we might eventually encounter in those crushing depths where Earth keeps her oldest and most carefully guarded secrets. Sunken cities revealed. When marine archaeologist Frank Gaudio first glimpsed the carved granite columns rising from Alexandria's harbor floor in 1998, he realized he was swimming through what had once been the royal quarter of Cleopatra's palace. Streets that had echoed with the footsteps of pharaohs now served as highways for schools of fish. The Mediterranean had claimed one of history's greatest cities, and this was just the beginning. Across our planet, beneath layers of silt and salt water, entire civilizations wait in perpetual twilight. These aren't simply ruins claimed by time, they're complete urban landscapes, frozen in their final moments above the waves. Libraries where scrolls still rest in their alcoves. Marketplaces where amphorae lean against walls as if their owners might return tomorrow. Temples where morning light once streamed through windows now filter ethereal beams through 40 feet of seawater. The numbers tell a staggering story. Conservative estimates suggest over 200 major settlements lie submerged along the world's coastlines, but the true figure likely reaches into the thousands. Each represents a world lost not to war or plague, but to the relentless patience of rising waters and shifting earth. Consider the ancient city of Heraklion, Egypt's primary port before Alexandria's rise to prominence. For over 1,500 years, it existed only in Egyptian texts and Greek writings. Historians debated whether it had ever been real at all. Then Gaudio's team discovered it 30 feet below Alexandria's harbor, perfectly preserved in the Mediterranean's embrace. Colossal statues still stand guard over submerged plazas. Gold jewelry remains scattered across the floors of merchants' houses. The city's layout is so intact that archaeologists can map the ancient street system from their research vessels above. What makes these discoveries particularly haunting is their sudden abandonment. Unlike cities that declined gradually, many of these settlements vanished within hours or days. Port Royal, Jamaica, once called the wickedest city on earth, slid beneath the Caribbean during a catastrophic earthquake in 1692. Survivors described watching entire neighborhoods disappear as the ground liquefied beneath their feet. Today, divers navigate streets where pocket watches stopped at the moment of submersion, their hands frozen at 11:43 a.m. The preservation underwater often exceeds what time grants to cities above ground. Organic materials that would have long since rotted away, wooden ship hulls, rope, leather goods, even food, remain intact in the oxygen-poor environment below. In the submerged city of Pavlopetri off the Greek coast, archaeologists have found what may be the world's oldest planned urban settlement, complete with roads, buildings, and courtyards dating back 5,000 years. The Bronze Age layout is more complete than many excavated sites on dry land, but these cities reveal more than just ancient urban planning. They're time capsules of civilizations at their peak, offering unprecedented glimpses into daily life before disaster struck. In the sunken Roman city of Baiae, near Naples, marble statues that once adorned luxury villas now serve as silent sentinels in an underwater archaeological park. The thermal baths where emperors once relaxed are now home to schools of bream and sea bass. Mosaics that decorated villa floors still display their intricate patterns, colors muted but intact after 2 millennia beneath the waves. The technology required to explore these sites has advanced dramatically in recent decades. Side-scan sonar can now map entire city blocks without disturbing a single artifact. Remotely operated vehicles equipped with high-definition cameras allow archaeologists to conduct detailed surveys impossible just 20 years ago. Yet for all our technological progress, less than 5% of these known underwater sites have received thorough archaeological investigation. Each submerged city raises questions about the civilizations that built them. Why did the inhabitants of these coastal settlements choose to build so close to unstable shorelines? Did they possess knowledge of seismic activity that we've since lost? Some researchers suggest these ancient peoples understood their environment's rhythms in ways modern science is only beginning to appreciate. The city of Dwarka, submerged off India's western coast, presents particularly intriguing mysteries, described in ancient Sanskrit texts as Krishna's Golden City. It was long considered mythological, until marine archaeologists discovered extensive ruins beneath the Arabian Sea. The underwater structures match textual descriptions with unsettling accuracy: massive stone blocks, geometric patterns, and what appear to be the foundations of the elaborate palaces described in the Mahabharata. Perhaps most compelling are the personal artifacts these cities preserve. In sunken Epidaurus, Greece, archaeologists discovered medical instruments still organized in what was once a physician's office. Clay tablets bearing patient records remain legible after centuries underwater. These intimate details transform historical abstractions into human realities. Someone once used these tools to heal. These tablets recorded individual suffering and recovery. The psychological impact of exploring these sites affects even experienced archaeologists. Diving through the streets of a drowned city creates a unique form of temporal vertigo. The boundaries between past and present blur when you're swimming through someone's ancient living room, when fish have made their homes in amphora that once held a family's olive oil. Current sea level changes add urgency to this underwater archaeology. As oceans continue to rise, more coastal archaeological sites disappear beneath the waves each year. Simultaneously, shifting currents and increased storm intensity threaten sites that have remained stable for millennia. The race to document these underwater cities has become a race against time itself. Yet perhaps the most unsettling aspect of these discoveries is what they suggest about impermanence. These weren't remote settlements or failing outposts. Many were thriving metropolitan centers, the New York Cities and Londons of their time. Their submersion reminds us that no human achievement stands permanently above the tide line. Every coastal city today exists at the mercy of geological forces that operate on timescales that dwarf human civilization. As researchers continue mapping our planet's submerged heritage, each discovery rewrites our understanding of human resilience and vulnerability. These cities beneath the waves serve as both archaeological treasures and prophetic warnings, whispering from their watery depths about the delicate relationship between human ambition and the restless earth beneath our feet. The hydrothermal vortexes. The ocean floor erupts with temperatures that would melt lead, creating towering chimneys of superheated water that spiral upward through miles of crushing darkness. But in 2019, deep-sea researchers monitoring thermal activity near the mid-Atlantic ridge detected something that defied their understanding of hydrothermal physics. The water wasn't just rising, it was rotating in perfect geometric patterns, creating massive vortexes that seemed to sustain themselves far longer than any known oceanic phenomenon should allow. Dr. Elena Vasquez was analyzing sonar data from the research vessel Meridian when she first noticed the anomalies. The hydrothermal vents they'd been studying for months had suddenly begun producing what she could only describe as underwater tornadoes. These weren't the chaotic, turbulent plumes typically associated with thermal vents. These were organized, persistent rotating columns of water that maintained their structure across vast distances. The initial measurements captured vortexes spanning nearly 200 meters in diameter, rotating at speeds that created pressure differentials unlike anything in oceanographic literature. What disturbed Vasquez most wasn't the size or the speed, it was their mathematical precision. Each vortex rotated at exactly 47 revolutions per minute, every single one. Her team deployed additional monitoring equipment, expecting the formations to dissipate within hours as thermal dynamics shifted. Instead, they discovered the vortexes were growing stronger, pulling in surrounding water masses and creating what appeared to be permanent fixtures on the ocean floor. The thermal signatures revealed something even more unsettling. The water at the center of each vortex wasn't just hot, it was exhibiting properties that contradicted basic physics. Temperature readings fluctuated wildly within the vortex cores, sometimes showing impossible variations where water at identical depths registered differences of several hundred degrees. Pressure measurements proved equally confusing. At certain points within the rotating columns, instruments detected what could only be described as negative pressure, spaces where water seemed to be absent despite being surrounded by ocean on all sides. The research team's remotely operated vehicle experienced malfunctions whenever it approached the vortex centers. Cameras produced distorted images showing what appeared to be tunnels of clear space boring down through the ocean floor. Electronic systems failed in ways that suggested intense electromagnetic interference, yet no known geological process could generate such fields. Dr. Mariana Web, a theoretical physicist consulting on the project, proposed a hypothesis that his colleagues initially dismissed as impossible. The hydrothermal vortexes, he suggested, weren't simply churning water. They were creating stable wormholes through space-time, using the Earth's thermal energy as a power source for interdimensional access. Webb's calculations indicated that the precise rotational speed, combined with the extreme temperatures and unique mineral composition of the thermal vents, created conditions theoretically capable of warping space-time fabric. The mathematical models suggested these weren't random natural phenomena, but carefully engineered constructs designed to maintain stable passages between dimensions. The implications terrified the research team. If Webb's theory held any validity, these hydrothermal vortexes represented doorways to unknown realms, accessed through the planet's most isolated and unexplored regions. The deep ocean, already Earth's most mysterious frontier, might serve as a highway system for entities capable of manipulating fundamental forces of physics. Subsequent expeditions revealed additional disturbing evidence. Water samples from vortex edges contained microscopic structures that didn't match any known mineral formations. These crystalline fragments exhibited properties suggesting they originated outside Earth's normal matter configuration. They appeared to exist partially in our dimension, while extending into spaces that instruments couldn't measure. Marine life in the vicinity of hydrothermal vortexes displayed unprecedented behavioral patterns. Deep-sea creatures that had never been observed interacting with each other gathered in organized formations around the vortex perimeters. Giant tube worms, typically anchored to thermal vents, abandoned their traditional positions to form concentric circles around the rotating water columns. Bioluminescent organisms created synchronized light patterns that seemed to respond to the vortex rotational cycles. Perhaps most unnervingly, several research teams reported discovering artificial structures embedded within the thermal vent systems powering the vortexes. These metallic constructs bore no resemblance to human technology, yet displayed clear signs of intelligent design. They appeared to be regulating the thermal output, maintaining the precise conditions necessary for vortex stability. The structures themselves defied conventional materials science. They remained intact despite exposure to temperatures exceeding 400 degrees Celsius, showed no signs of corrosion from sulfuric compounds, and generated electromagnetic signatures that interfered with all electronic equipment in their vicinity. Dating techniques proved inconclusive, as the materials didn't respond to any known radioactive decay analysis. Dr. Vasquez's final report, classified immediately upon submission, documented her team's last expedition to the vortex site. They had detected movement within the clear tunnels at the vortex centers. Something large was ascending through the dimensional passages, using the hydrothermal energy as a transport mechanism. The expedition's final transmission described objects emerging from the vortex cores, disc-shaped craft that seemed to materialize from empty space. These vessels displayed technology capable of navigating both underwater environments and what appeared to be interdimensional space. They moved with purposeful intelligence, suggesting the hydrothermal vortexes served as planned transit points rather than accidental phenomena. 3 research vessels investigating hydrothermal vortexes have since lost contact with surface communications. Their last transmissions described being pulled into the rotating water columns, despite attempts to maintain safe distances. No debris has ever been recovered. The few scientists still studying this phenomenon work under extreme secrecy, aware that their research might have unveiled humanity's first evidence of controlled interdimensional travel. The hydrothermal vortexes continue operating in perfect synchronization across multiple ocean locations, maintaining their impossible physics while serving unknown purposes for intelligences that treat Earth's deepest waters as a cosmic transit hub. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider how little we truly know about the forces churning beneath miles of dark water and what ancient agreements might govern who travels through the doors they've opened in our ocean floor. Monsters of New Zealand's oceans. The fishermen of Stewart Island speak in hushed tones about shadows beneath their boats, shadows too large, too deliberate to be any known creature. When marine biologist Dr. Emma Hartwell began cataloging these testimonies in 2019, she expected folklore. What she found were consistent descriptions of encounters that challenge everything we understand about New Zealand's marine ecosystem. The waters surrounding New Zealand hold secrets older than human memory. Here, where the Tasman Sea meets the Southern Ocean, currents carry whispers of creatures that exist in the margins between myth and marine biology. The Maori have always known these waters harbored mysteries. Their oral traditions speak of taniwha, powerful water beings whose presence shaped both landscape and legend. But recent encounters suggest these aren't simply stories passed down through generations. Captain James McKinnon has worked these waters for 37 years. His logbooks, meticulously maintained, record something extraordinary. Every 18 months, like clockwork, his sonar detects what he calls the returner, a massive form that appears at depths of 400 meters, traveling south along the continental shelf. The signature doesn't match any whale species. It's too dense, too angular. When marine authorities reviewed his data, they suggested equipment malfunction. But McKinnon's sonar was serviced just weeks before each sighting. The pattern extends beyond single testimonies. Commercial fishing crews operating near the Chatham Rise report nets returning with evidence of encounters, perfectly circular holes, edges smooth as if burned, in reinforced trawling equipment. The force required to create such damage would exceed anything a known marine predator could generate. Yet something down there is doing exactly that. Dr. Sarah Mitchell from the University of Otago's Marine Science Department began investigating these incidents after receiving 17 separate reports in a single month. Her findings revealed something unsettling about New Zealand's deepest waters. The seafloor topography shows characteristics unlike anywhere else on Earth. Vast underwater canyons that plunge to depths where sunlight has never penetrated, creating isolated ecosystems that could harbor species evolution forgot. These abyssal trenches, some descending over 6,000 meters, contain water temperatures and pressure conditions that would preserve creatures from prehistoric eras. If organisms adapted to these extreme environments millions of years ago, they could exist today virtually unchanged, hidden in perpetual darkness below the thermal layers that separate the deep ocean from our known world. The testimonies share disturbing similarities. Multiple witnesses describe bioluminescent displays, not the gentle glow of known deep-sea creatures, but violent flashes of blue-white light that illuminate forms too large to comprehend fully. Charter boat operator Rachel Thompson encountered such a display while night fishing near Banks Peninsula. Her underwater cameras captured 17 seconds of footage, showing something that marine experts still cannot classify. The shape moved with intelligence, its luminescent patterns pulsing in sequences too complex for reflexive behavior. When the footage was analyzed by specialists at Victoria University, they noted the creature's proportions suggested a cephalopod, but one exceeding any known species by a factor of 10. The tentacles visible in the frame appeared to stretch beyond the camera's range, disappearing into darkness that even the vessel's powerful lights couldn't penetrate. But New Zealand's marine mysteries extend beyond single encounters. The country's position along the boundary between the Indo-Pacific and Southern Ocean creates unique conditions for species migration and evolution. Deep water currents carry nutrients and organisms from tropical regions, while Antarctic flows bring species adapted to the planet's most extreme marine environments. Where these currents converge, life takes forms found nowhere else. Marine archaeology adds another layer to this mystery. Prehistoric bone fragments recovered from deep-water drill cores suggest that massive marine creatures inhabited these waters during the Pleistocene era. Some specimens, carbon-dated to 12,000 years ago, show characteristics that match no extinct species in the fossil record. The bone density and structure indicate creatures adapted to extreme depths, exactly where today's sightings occur. The Maori understanding of these waters carries knowledge that predates European settlement by centuries. Tribal elder Wairmu Tane explains that certain areas were always avoided by traditional fishing parties. The restrictions weren't based on seasonal patterns or resource conservation, but on respect for inhabitants that demanded distance. These traditional no-go zones correspond precisely with modern deep-water sighting locations. Contemporary research supports what indigenous knowledge has long maintained. Ocean temperature studies reveal that New Zealand's deepest waters contain thermal pockets, areas where geothermal activity creates conditions suitable for creatures requiring specific environmental parameters. These pockets, some the size of city blocks, maintain consistent temperatures year-round, providing perfect habitat for species that might otherwise be unable to survive in these latitudes. The evidence becomes more compelling when examined collectively. Fishing industry reports, indigenous knowledge, marine archaeology, and witness testimonies create a pattern that's difficult to dismiss. Something inhabits New Zealand's deepest waters, something large enough to damage commercial fishing equipment, intelligent enough to avoid detection, and ancient enough to have adapted to conditions that would eliminate most known species. Recent sonar surveys conducted by the New Zealand Navy detected acoustic signatures in the Kermadec Trench that don't conform to any catalogued marine life. The sounds, recorded at depths exceeding 5,000 meters, show characteristics of biological origin, but from creatures whose size would dwarf the largest known whales. When these recordings were played for marine biologists worldwide, the responses were unanimous. Nothing in current scientific literature could produce such sounds. The mystery deepens when considering New Zealand's geological history. The islands sit atop one of Earth's most active tectonic regions, where crustal movements have created underwater formations perfect for concealing large marine life. Submerged valleys, carved by ancient glaciers and modified by volcanic activity, provide corridors through which enormous creatures could move undetected between feeding grounds. As research continues, one truth becomes undeniable. New Zealand's oceans hold secrets we're only beginning to grasp. The creatures inhabiting these southern seas may represent evolutionary paths that diverged millions of years ago, creating life forms so uniquely adapted to extreme conditions that they exist beyond